Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this special board meeting, hearing, if you will, of the St. Tammany Parish School Board as we interview the 5 qualified applicants as potential to be one of them to be our next superintendent. We'll have a couple of housekeeping matters just to remind, just get everybody on the same page. First, I'm going to publicly again thank Beth Heinz, Mrs. Heinz, for being the point person for this process. The process which we all agreed to. Mrs. Heinz, I'm going to recognize you first. If there's any procedural stuff you'd like to do, or any comments you'd like to make before we get started.
I think we've gone through our procedures at our board meetings.
Correct.
And all 15 board members have voted on those procedures. And I think we've established a very fair and transparent process, and I look forward very much to hearing the interviews today.
Thank you, Mrs. Heinz. I do want to, because there was a question from a member of the public to myself and Mr. Jabbia via email regarding broadcasting or live streaming these meetings. I've asked Mr. Jabbia to ask our media department to look into us live streaming or live broadcasting our board meetings and committee meetings. I certainly have no issue with that as a matter of principle. I think it's a great thing. So he is, and once we get that report back, we'll take next steps based on that information. But relatedly, just so you know, since today's meeting is informational, it is a hearing. The public will not be participating. You all will normally, you do participate in our board meetings, but you're here to observe. And since the agenda has no item to vote on, the state open meetings law does not prohibit remoting in by a board member. So Mr. Brode, who is on Zoom, he is remoting in, and he's the only board member that is doing that because he had a previous conflict. All right, and again, we thank you all for being here, and certainly reach out if you haven't done so already to me or to any board member regarding what you see or hear today. And this is a public process, and we will vote eventually at some point to elect someone, and so we do encourage and ask for your input on a particular candidate or all the candidates, so forth. All right, let's move on now to our first candidate, and thank you, Mr. Rout. Mr. Rout is our supervisor for this next couple hours, and he'll go get Mr. Jabbia. Just so you know, in case you don't, all the candidates are sequestered. Their cell phones or any electronic device that can communicate, with the outside world have also been sequestered away from them as a matter of fairness. So we don't want anybody texting them the questions we're asking, so they don't know the questions that we're about to ask them, and so that doesn't give anybody an unfair advantage. So, all right. And then in terms of the process, I will ask the first question. The candidates will have about 5 minutes. We're not have a strict clock on them, but we're going to say if you can keep your opening and closing comments to 5 minutes, so that's about 10 minutes for kind of opening, closing comments, and then we'll start with the questions. I will ask the first question each time for each candidate, myself, and then we're going to how do we want to do this, Mike? We're going to do the same. I think council to me was to do the same way each time, correct? So same order of questions. So we'll just maybe we'll do it by district. I think maybe be the best thing. Okay. That's true. I don't have to remember. Oh well, that's true. Yeah. Well. The gentlelady from Slidell is teasing me over here. So all right, we're waiting on Mr. Jabbia unless he's run out of the room, which is also possible. All right. Don't confuse me on a Saturday morning. Oh, yeah.
While I'm waiting, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Brode, even though we can't see you. And Mr.
The video is a little less than desired because I can only see the ceiling. It's 22 by whatever laptop, whatever's in the room. So I won't be able to visualize the anybody speaking. So I would be happy if someone else read my questions.
Well,
and-
Mr. Brode, you will be able, should be able to see the candidate. So you're gonna be able to see the applicant. You won't be able to see any.
Okay, so that's the podium.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
When
You won't be able to
nobody's
see
here,
any
you
of
see the
us, but you
ceiling.
will be able to see the applicant.
All right, well, that's good.
Correct. There he is. I feel like the funeral march or something should be, that's right. And remember, we selected the application, the order of applicants by lottery, and so the lot first fell to Mr. Jabbia. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Rout.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'd like to introduce to you our first candidate for superintendent, Mr. Frank Jabbia.
Thank you, Mr. Rout.
Thank you, Larry.
Mr. Jabbia, welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
We'll ask you to give an opening statement if you so choose. Try to keep it as best you can under 5 minutes, and then we'll give you an opportunity for a closing statement. Again, same procedure there, and then we'll start with our questions.
Sure.
Welcome,
Thank y'all.
Frank Jabbia.
Welcome, guys. Thank y'all for having me. I'm honored to be here with you guys. This is an amazing experience, and I'm looking forward to it. Again, my name is Frank Jabbia. Start off saying I'm a proud son of Pete Jabbia, who's given 52+ years to the school system, and my mother, Suzanne Jabbia. She 33 years to Salmon High School from 1968 to 2001, and in extremely trying times at Salmon High School at that point, pre-Katrina. And she would have not been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, would have probably worked longer than that. So it's wonderful to be a part of a family that's committed to this parish as I am. Also, I want to speak about my children real quick, because it kind of relates to me being in this position in education. So my daughter, Mary Catherine's 26. She was on the university diploma track, which is one of the 2 diploma tracks you can get as a high school student. She got a full academic scholarship to swim and academics at Brenau University. She did that. She earned a biology degree during her 4 years there. She then was accepted to Xavier University, where she finished this May virtually, graduated in May, and now she is a pharmacist for Ochsner at their main campus in-house. So I couldn't be proud for her. Also, my son, Tripp, he's about to be 21. He is just the opposite of my daughter. He told me from day one, Dad, if you're thinking I'm going to a 4-year college, you need to get over it. So, and I did real quick. He got on the TOPS diploma track for Jumpstart, and that program is just amazing. What we've allowed our students to do now and the options that we give them. So my son, over his 4 years, I said, as long as you have a plan, let's do it. He went and researched as a junior and senior. He found Dow Chemical. Dow Chemical offered a paid internship where he worked and they sent him to school. He did that on his own. He interviewed, he did the whole thing on his own. He got the internship with Dow Chemical, and now he is a full refinery tech at Dow Chemical. And between me and you and the people out here, my son is doing what he loves, and he will make more money this year than I and his sister will make. And that's a fact. That's a fact. So students need to know that there is opportunity out there. If they have a skill, if they have a passion, there's an opportunity for them to be successful. You do not have to go to a 4-year school to be successful. There is jobs out there, there is opportunity, and there's training out there. So I just wanted to mention that real quick. I've been going to school in St. Tammany Parish for 39 years. So I'm in grade 39. It's been an absolute pleasure. For those of you that have been around me and have attended my graduations or have come on my campus, I'm standing right here because I have the passion in me to be a part of this great community and this school system. I love kids. I love my parents. I love my stakeholders. I love everything about this community. I am entrenched in this community. You know, Trey pretty much left me alone because he's like, you can handle it. You know, you don't hear me in Problems from North Shore because it's the kind of community where parents, students have a voice with me. They can walk up to me. They can have those real conversations. Like I tell my kids, you can come in my office anytime you want, shut the door, and you can say whatever you want to me. You can get it off your chest. Now, you got to be open to what I'm going to say back to you, but you're welcome to come say it. It's the same thing for our employees. You know, I have an open door policy. I'm here for the students. I'm here for our community. I'm here for our stakeholders. But at the same time, I can have those hard conversations, those difficult conversations, because I treat people with respect and dignity. I am never going to talk down to you, and I'm never going to talk over you. I'm here to work with people. I'm here for solutions. I'm here to give people solutions. And I think right now, in the situation we're in this parish, in this community, in this nation, there's a lot of people that need help. And it's time that we sat down and had real conversation. And after Thursday night, I'm glad to see this board work together to make that happen. And I'm looking forward to being hopefully part of that process. And again, there's going to be hard decisions that have to be made. We all know that. I mean, let's be honest. You know, in doing my due diligence as a principal, I know what we've got to work on. I know what's got to happen. I see it. I'm in teachers' classrooms. I deal with students. I deal with parents. I know what's got to be adjusted and tweaked in our school system. And I look forward to the opportunity to do that. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. And I look forward to you guys' questions.
Thank you, Mr.
problem.
Jabbia. All right, I'll begin with my question. This public school system has strong support from the public, evidenced by the 80% or so of parish school-age children matriculating each year, evidenced by successful bond elections every 5 years or so, evidenced by countless stories of families, including mine, choosing to move to St. Tammany because of this school system. Why does this school system enjoy such popularity and support from our citizens, and what would you do to maintain the support of the public, including any areas of growth if you see them?
People choose this district, and we have the reputation because we are open. This board listens to parents, listens to people's concerns. This administration listens to people's concerns. So we run an open door policy in this district. So people want to come here because we are committed to hiring quality teachers. We are committed to putting leaders in buildings where they can lead students and lead faculties. And we've got to keep that going. You know, we're in challenging times right now. You know, we've heard a lot over the last few weeks about demographics and getting more minorities, but we have a shortage of teachers, period. So for us to keep growing, for us to keep doing what we need to do, we've got to do a better job of getting our name out there and promoting St. Tammany Parish for our quality of life, because that's why we all move here. The quality of life and the quality of our education. And this school system from day one has been committed to giving the parents and the community what they deserve.
Just one quick follow-up, and everybody remember, as we said in our rules, you know, you're allowed, you know, a follow-up if you so choose. Under the leadership of our previous superintendent, the system has enjoyed a close working relationship with the business community. And in my opinion, and this is, so I'm asking you to, in my opinion, the continuation of this strong collaborative relationship with the business community is the cornerstone to continued growth and success. Do you agree or disagree with me, and why?
I totally agree with you. I have met with Mr. Foltz already, and I asked him point blank, how did you get on these committees? You know, Trey, how were you approached by these groups they wanted representation from our district, or did you search out to be part of that process? And it was a mixture. It was a mixture. So I am committed. Trey did a ton of getting our name out there and getting in the Rotary and all the different organizations that he possibly could. I'm ready to take it to another level. I'm ready to do more. I'm ready to get at the state level, get at the national level. We've got to get our voice out there. We've got to learn from other people, and we've got to spread what we do in this community to everybody that will listen. A part of my project, I want to grow community nights. You know, I want to have community nights where we invite local business, we invite these people into our campuses and invite all of our feeder schools to a function, whether it be a football game or whatever, where the band, cheer, dance, everybody's there. And let's get everybody in place, because it's all about growing our name, because we've got to do that. We have a reputation here. We've got to grow our name.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to open it up to board members, and we're going to do it by district. And I'm going to surprise the gentlewomen and gentleladies from Slidell, and we'll start with the Slidell area. So we'll start with District 15.
Thank you,
Mrs.
Mr.
Page.
Nation. Mr. Jabbia, professional reflection is always important. What would be the best metric to evaluate your effectiveness as a superintendent after holding the position for 2 to 3 years?
You know, I've thought about this, and I'm really not sure what it looked like for Mr. Foltz. But we've got to hold a standard. You know, the standard of excellence has got to be held by the superintendent. Whether it be by me presenting to you guys quarterly, periodically, annually, you know, whether it be some kind of portfolio, whether it be a PowerPoint presentation, evidence of what's going on. And what I feel like has got to take place is, number one, I've got to show that the board of the administration has a working relationship. That's number one. We've got to make sure that we set our goals, our missions, our standards are very high. We would expect nothing less. Make sure that our stakeholders and our students, everyone is held to the highest expectations possible. The superintendent's going to set the example for this school system. The superintendent is going to be visible. The superintendent is going to be entrenched, like Mr. Nation asked me just now. You're the face, and I'm going to talk me because you guys are asking me. So if I'm the superintendent, everyone in this community is going to know who I am, because I'm going to be entrenched. I'm going to be at every function. I do everything I can. You know, central office is open 5 days a week. North Shore High School is open 6 days a week. When I leave here, I'm going to a volleyball game as soon as I leave here. So, you know, this job never stops, and it will never stop for me. So as part of the evaluation, I think, you know, the superintendent needs to be held the highest accountability. We made sure that every budgetary system, every system that's in place is taken into account. And nothing has prepared me more for this job than being a high school principal. If you are a central office staff person, if you are in administration, you deal with administration. If you deal with curriculum, you deal with curriculum all day. If you deal with HR, you deal with HR all day. At the high school level, I'm on bus duty with transportation. I'm in the cafeteria all day. I'm in classrooms. I'm doing HR. I'm answering emails. I'm at ball games. I'm in the cafeteria. I'm working with paras. I'm working with special ed. I'm observing everybody and everything that's going on. We do everything all day, all day. We do every one of those jobs all day. So, you know, we're committed as administrators what we're going to do. And, you know, in answering you, Ms. Page, the bar just needs to be set very high. And we need to work together. I'm committed to working with this board. We have 15 tremendous people on this board. And whatever you guys decide, the expectations will be extremely high. And then whatever you see fit is how you want me to report to you. That's what I'm going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbia.
Thank you, Ms. Page.
All right, District 14, Mr. Kuzan. Gentleman from Slidell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Jabbia, I've had the opportunity to visit your school several times.
Yes, sir.
I was on a team with people from all over the United States that visited your school. And every one of those people, it must have been about 75 or 100 people, were very impressed. I have to admit that I saw things at that school that I didn't even know was there.
Yes, sir.
And I was impressed because we went through all the departments. So I want to make that known before I ask my question.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzan.
My question is, what skills do you have that make you the best candidate for this position?
You know, we talk about a lot of things, Mr. Kuzan, and a lot of administrative duties that are the role of the principal, that are the role of the superintendent. The skill that I bring to the table most is my ability to work with people, my ability to motivate people. You know, I walk the walk. I lead the way. When I walk into campus every day, it's with a smile on my face because the principal sets the tone. As a superintendent, I will set the tone. I will make everyone aware that we're going to have a positive atmosphere. Our culture and our climate is going to be positive, and we're going to look to see what we can do to help people. So I'm committed to building a climate and a culture that invites people to come and want to be a part and to share. You know, people are always worried about, you know, repercussions. I hear from parents a lot of times, and it really hurts my soul when they say, you know, Mr. Jabby, I want to make you aware of something, but, you know, I don't want to say my child's name because I'm afraid of repercussions. That's never the way you want to start a conversation. So, you know, as superintendent, I bring to the table the promise that I will work diligently with every single person in this building, outside of this building, to create a climate and culture where it's an open door policy and people feel comfortable coming in and speaking what they need to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzan.
Is that all, Mr. Kuzan? Okay. We now recognize the gentleman from Slidell, District 13 member Jim Brode, and you can look down at that.
I saw his picture there a second ago.
That's right. We just hope he has clothes on. All right, go ahead.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bro. You're looking very colorful this morning, by the way.
It's vacation time.
Yes, sir.
If you could tell the other board members, I don't know if they're turning on their microphone or whatever, but I'm having trouble hearing the questions.
He's here and having trouble hearing the questions.
All right, very good.
I didn't know if y'all could hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Okay, I'll read my. Oh, first of all, I need to ask the board. I had two questions. Which one were either of them duplicated?
No, tell them to go with number one.
All right,
Miss Lammy said number one, please.
Thank you, Mrs.
I didn't know if y'all could hear that.
Was number one duplicated? Or
No,
was
sir,
number
you can do,
one-
Miss Lammy said for you to do question one.
Okay. In recent years, St. Tammany Parish's performance scores have dropped in comparison to peer parishes, such as Ascension, Lafourche, and St. Charles. In light of this, what, if any, details can you share on your plan to bring St. Tammany school system back into a leadership position in performance scores and statewide ranking?
Yes, sir. This is a difficult conversation that we have to have, but it's one that it's got to happen. You know, like I said, I'm entrenched in what goes on school campus. What's got to happen is we have deviated from where we were in the past. We've got three things that are our problem right now. One, our curriculum is not aligned K to 12. Our curriculum is not aligned K to 12. It's a fact. It's not my opinion. It's a fact. Okay? We have not done a good job of making sure that our kids progress and they're being taught the same fashion and asked to do the same skills moving forward and growing and progressing. It's a fact. Secondly, our resources are not consistent K to 12. Point blank. I've been at these meetings, guys. I've been here. I know, I understand what you face. We've had many parents come up here and complain about the different resources that we've looked at using, and they have different opinions, and that this is not the place for me to do that, okay? But I'm gonna tell you this. You cannot go from Eureka to ReadyGen to Mirror Ready Math to Springboard. You can't change, you can't do that. We can't do that, but that's what we've chosen to do. When you talk about Ascension and you talk about Livingston, go see. They use the same curriculum. Ascension is Eureka, K-12. And when you make that commitment, K-12, Eureka will come in and do the professional development. They will come in. Springboard will come in, ask Livingston. They will be entrenched in professional development. That's what's got to happen. And that's number 3. We're asking our teachers to do things that they haven't been trained to do consistently and over time. We've got to train our teachers to use the resources to help our kids. And I'm sorry, I'm a passionate guy. You're going to find that out about me. Hopefully, if you give me this opportunity, you're going to find out what kind of passion I have and my commitment. I'm not just going to bury my head in the sand. It's not going to be the case. We're all being asked right now in this nation to make tough decisions. And those decisions and hard conversations are going to be had. I have a lot of great relationships up here in central office, but there's tough situations that have got to be dealt with and things that have got to be done. And it puts a lot of pressure on you guys because you hear from your constituents for different reasons, and you all know what I'm talking about, of why they don't approve of certain things. We've got to get by that, and we've got to give our teachers consistency. We've got to give them the tools they need to get our kids ready to go. The game has changed. What we're preparing our kids for these days, the skill level they're being asked for, it's different. We did things as teachers, as students. You think about when you were in school, honestly. I taught Algebra 1. The kids, they did algebra. We solved algebraic equations because I said we needed to solve them. Now, if you walk into a classroom, that's unacceptable. Teachers have to teach with the end in mind. They have to tell the kids, guys, this is why we're learning it. These are the skill sets that you're going to gain by doing this. If I would have explained more to my kids as a teacher back then that it's not about algebra, it's about problem solving. It's about solving problems. It's not about X equals 2, okay? It's not about that. It's about solving problems. If we can get that entrenched in our schools, we won't be 18. I promise you that. We won't be 18.
All right, thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Chair. Mr. Broad, any follow-up from you?
No, thank you. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Mr. Bro.
All right, and thank you. And then up next is also the gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Hersey, District 12.
Good morning, Mr. Javier.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Hersey.
Please describe the process you would use to develop a district budget, and in your description, please include how you would determine funding priorities for the school district.
Right. I'm going to start off with everything we do has to be kid-based, has to be student-based. Everything, if we don't start with the kids first, then I don't know exactly where you would start. So, 70% of our instructional budget, 70% of our general budget, general funds must be dedicated to education. The issue is that 85% of our general budget is spent on salaries and benefits. So it puts us in a sticky situation. But we've got to see, and my plan is to, in my first 100 days, is to meet with every single school, every administration, every department, and do a needs assessment. What do you need to be successful? So in developing a budget, I think we need to get back down to what we need. What do our teachers, what do our administrators, what do our curriculum specialists, our supervisors, what do they need to be successful? We've got to all work together. We are a team. It's been preached since day one. This is a team. And I stand up here trying to give you some of these answers, but no one that's about to stand where I am right now has all the answers. But we've got to work together. Ms. Prevost is a tremendous resource. I met with Ms. Prevost to try to get an understanding and a grasp. That's one thing about high schools, I don't think people realize in high schools, over $500,000 comes in and out of North Shore over the course of a year. We're talking about just last night, our football game was $10,000 worth of tickets, paying officials, game officials. People wonder why it's so expensive to get into football games. The game officials alone were $1,300 for the officials, just the officials. And that doesn't include our security and our gatekeepers. So, Mr. Hersey, when we talk about budgets, we've got to start with the end in mind, just like I said about when we're in education, and we've got to build a needs assessment and make sure we're doing that. You know, a budget is there so that we can evaluate over time, because we don't want to misspend money. We don't want to allocate money that's not really there. So I think Ms. Prevost does a great job of working with the community and the assessor's office to determine, to make sure that what we're seeing is legitimate numbers so that we can build a true budget. But if we start with the end in mind and we build a budget that is exactly curtailed to the monies that we have, the revenue we have coming in, and we do what we've got to do for children, we'll be good to go.
Thank you. I have
Thank
no
you,
other
Mr.
questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hersey. We now go to the gentlelady from Slidell, Mrs. Lamy, District 11.
Hey, Ms. Lamy.
I want to say, you just answered one of my questions. before.
Sorry.
No,
Mrs. Lamy, could you grab the mic?
oh, yeah.
I don't want Mr. Bro yelling at me.
That's right.
About the equity stuff and how different schools have different things, but in your comment, you mentioned meeting with each school and seeing what they need.
Yes,
So that
yes,
kind of
ma'am.
addresses
Yes,
it, and I
ma'am.
think that's fabulous.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my question now is, what would you do, and you did mention this already, you said, you know, you have an open door policy at your school
Yes,
with
ma'am.
your students, your parents, your teachers, and that you didn't like for people to say that they feared retaliation.
Sure.
So that's where my question comes from.
Okay.
What would you do differently than what is done now as a district?
Right.
You know, maybe not at your school specifically, but as a district, to support our teachers and staff and to promote open dialogue with them and remove their fear of expressing their professional and personal opinions about what they deal with every day?
Yes, ma'am. So, you know, I talked about professional development and that kind of, as we build teachers. In my opinion, Ms. Lamy, what's got to happen, we need our curriculum specialists and our supervisors to be more available on our campuses to our teachers, because once once our central office staff become more entrenched on a school campus and they start having that dialogue with teachers and they start having those conversations, it's no longer, oh, the supervisor's coming to see us. I don't want anybody to have that. That's not the type of relationship that's going to build the climate and culture that I want. The climate and culture that I'm going to insist on having in the school system is to where we have meaningful conversation. And I'm not there to critique a teacher. I'm not there to set or try to correct a teacher. I'm there to work with a teacher. So, you know, I think if we can have those conversations in more of an open forum to where we're working together and we're not trying to see what someone's not doing correctly, if that answers your question, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so my follow-up,
Sure.
my follow-up to that
Yeah?
would be, I know Mr. Foles had a student advisory
Yes.
committee. Would you ever consider maybe having some kind of teacher advisory committee that would be throughout the parish, representative of different schools? Maybe that could just kind of meet with you regularly to give you feedback.
Absolutely.
Something
Absolutely.
like that?
Yes. So, you know, with talking about the superintendent advisory committee, you know, I met with Mr. Foles way before we started that. If any of you were board members, I had one of my students, Brad Petras, came to the Slidell board meeting, and he asked Mr. Foles about, and you guys, about a superintendent advisory committee. So yes, we've already established in this school system lead teachers on our campus. We've already done that. We have that. There's no reason why our lead teachers, I mean, we could do it by grade level, you know, maybe a K to 6, junior high, high school, to where we have our different breakouts and we can share, and then we can all come together. So I don't see any reason why our lead teachers, we can't do that. There's no reason why that can't happen. And absolutely, I think that's a wonderful thing.
Right.
Wonderful. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Lamy. All right, we move now to the west side of the parish, and we begin with the gentleman from Mandeville, Mr. Betancourt, District 10.
I resemble that remark. Thank you, Mr. Nation. Frank?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jobby, you were here Thursday night, the
Yes, sir.
resolution we passed.
Yes, sir.
I want your thoughts on identifying and addressing areas that need improvement. How do you make that a reality?
So, I've been to every board meeting for over a year now because I used to come periodically, but I made it a point over the last year and a year and a half to come get a grip on what's going on. And I sit back in that back corner as just an observer. I'm just here to watch. But I met with a gentleman not too long ago. He's a ministerial alliance in St. Tammany, in Slidell. He's our FCA director. And he told me something that, after you guys addressed and you decided to put together an action group, which I thought was wonderful, he and I talked, and there's some ways that we've got to do that. He told me you have to have, and we talked about this, we have to have 3 meetings. The first meeting needs to be the get it out meeting, where both sides, both groups, middle, everybody addresses what they need to address. The elephant in the room, let's get it out. Let's lay it all out on the table. When that meeting's over with, we need to sit down before we leave and say, meeting 2, when you come back, let's come back with solutions. Let's come back, we got it all out. We've aired it out. Let's come back with solutions. So, let's come and address what we can do to fix it. So that's meeting 2. In meeting 3, before you leave meeting 2, you address meeting 3 and you say, we're going to come back this next meeting, we're going to put together an action plan. What's going to be the action plan? What are we going to do to address what we've got to do? What's going to be the procedure? Whether it's hiring an outside consultant, whether it's using the personnel we have right now, whether it's incorporating, maybe inviting some neighboring districts to come share some of their thoughts on what we have. But that's what's got to happen. We've got to have, Mr. Betancourt, we've got to have a systematic way, a process to get through these things. We face things all the time. We have a process in St. Tammany for everything we do. We start with the kids. We move with curriculum specialists and supervisors. There's a process that we go through no matter what. Everybody has a voice, okay? But not all the times is that voice respected or followed through on. And that's something we've all got to do better. It's something I have to do better as a principal. That's something we all have to do better. But I think if we put together a systematic process and we listen, but in saying we listen, we've got to come to the table with solutions. So, and then have an action plan for that. Okay? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Betancourt. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt. We now move to the gentlelady from Madisonville, Mrs. Drucker, District 9.
Hey, Ms. Drucker.
Good morning, Mr. Javia. With St. Tammany Parish reputation of academic excellence and reputation in Louisiana, which is evidence in increased growth in home sales here, as well as people moving over to St. Tammany.
ma'am.
We're like one of the fastest
Yes,
growing
ma'am.
parishes
Yes,
in
ma'am.
Louisiana. What is your experience with strategic planning for our school district? And in particularly, I'm interested in addressing growth and capacity for our school system in our 55 schools, as well as technology too as well.
Right. And I have a very good relationship with, I can really just speak to Slidell, that Slidell area. Mr. Cromer and I have been knowing each other a long time. We've talked about this. It's a definite concern. Neighborhoods that we never thought would have been developed are being developed, even on the west side, Madisonville is exploding, but also the east side is exploding too. We have a brand new neighborhood development with over 1,000 homes going in Slidell. So, people are coming to our district to get the education they deserve. And that's a fact. And the style of living that they want. There's a lot I have to learn with strategic planning, but I think the relationships that we've built, Mr. Foles and Ms. Sloan, the relationships that we've built with our parish government and the planning departments of those, but I think that we need to have a better ability to access some of that information and maybe have them come do some quarterly report for this board so that we can all be on the same page, because there's things going on behind the scenes that maybe we're not aware of, or property that's up for development or gonna be sold that we need to know about. But I think without a doubt, our parish governments do a tremendous job, and they will provide you the mapping that we need to move forward. When it comes to overcrowding our schools, there's no doubt that there's pockets of population that we need to address, especially in the Madisonville area and on the south side of Slaughter. I don't know that Abney can hold any more. I don't know that the Madisonville Lancaster, I don't know that they can hold much more. So that's definitely an issue, and it's something we need to look at. I know the word redistricting is a very, very nasty word. But I think we have to be open too. And I'm not saying that when we talk redistricting, we talk about the next year, these kids are moving here and these kids are moving there. But I think that we need to look as a board and as an administration and project 5 years down the road, that in 5 years, we might have, this is what the lines would look like, so that it would give families a chance if they wanted to stay in a certain area. But I think that what it costs to build a brand-new school right now is probably about $100 million. Well, I think that would be a pretty rough guesstimate. And then staffing a whole school with the inability for us to attract teachers now, overall teachers, and I hope to get to that in a few minutes, that we've got to come up with a plan to look at the possibility of redistricting and look at moving pockets of students around to very good schools that will keep us from being overcrowded. I told you, there's some very difficult and tough situations and tough conversations that have to be had. But, I'm just gonna be an example. Lakeshore is basically an A school. Fontainebleau is basically an A school. So moving kids and redistricting, Lakeshore has room to grow. To move the Mandeville kids and the Fontainebleau kids to Lakeshore, they're all A schools. So, we're not talking about moving someone to a school that doesn't hold the same standard that we do in St. Tammany Parish. So it's just something that we have to be open to look at, because we have to be realistic. I could come up here and say, hey, yeah, let's build 7 new schools, and that's just not realistic. So, but it's hard conversations we have to have. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drucker.
Thank you, Mrs. Drucker. All right, now we move to the gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Winkler,
Hey, Mr. Winkler, how you doing, buddy?
District 8.
This has come up over the last couple months.
Yes, sir.
In some of our meetings. And, and I know you have great teachers at your school, so
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You might have the answer to this. How do we recruit the best teachers and get them in the schools where they're needed the most? They're, a lot like the way we have it set up. You go into the gym and you line up where
Yes,
you want
sir.
to sign
I'm very
up.
aware.
And then those good teachers have a choice to where they go, which is fair to them.
Right.
But, those best teachers need to be with the most needy kids, really.
Right.
So how, do you have an answer for that?
Yes and no. So, first off, recruiting new teachers, that's a serious problem overall. When I look at teachers, if you look back at our job fairs, K-6, we do pretty well with the pool of teachers that we have, K-6. Our problem is 7 to 12. We have a huge deficiency in candidates 7 to 12. So as Mr. Williams addressed to us, it's a problem. And I'm not sure if you guys are aware, secondary teachers are very hard to come by. And I'm not sure if y'all are aware of the term or the acronym PL. So a practitioner license, I don't know if y'all have heard that term. A practitioner's license is a teacher, someone who was not trained as an educator. They were in some kind of outside field, and they chose to go back into education later in life. So they never got the education courses that traditional teachers were trained on. So the majority of our teachers we're hiring right now are teachers on a PL license, on a PL. They were never trained to be teachers, never trained. So, Mr. Winkler, you know, we've got to find a way to embed ourselves in some of these universities and get our kids to come back. But to your answer of trying to get our better teachers in certain pockets, unfortunately, our parish is somewhat divided, and I don't want to say that in a negative connotation, but the majority of the teachers that I interview live and reside in the Mandeville, the west side of the district. Very difficult to get teachers to come over to the east side of the district. But I know we can't offer, there's no way that we could offer like incentives. You can't offer an incentive package to get new teachers, because then you leave out the teachers that say, I've been in this system 20 years, you know, that's a very slippery slope. But we need new teachers on the east side. So we have the ability, you know, we've got the STAR card, we've got these things where we give incentives to teachers, they get discounts at places. Why can't we reach out to the Slidell Chamber? Why can't we reach out to the Slidell developers who have these condos and they have these apartment complexes for these new teachers? I was a new teacher, Ms. Lammy, Mr. Winkler. The hardest thing, and this is probably what's the sticking point, the hardest thing to get new teachers is that first year. You're not getting paid very much. You have no money to start. You owe thousands of dollars in student debt. It's a tough road to climb. And when I started teaching, now it has changed, and it seems like a long time ago, but it really wasn't that long ago. I didn't get my first paycheck with this school system till September the 30th. September the 30th. So now we were lucky enough, we're blessed enough, we changed it. Now our teachers get it on August 15th, but it's half a check. So you get paid every, you know, the first and last of the month. So these new teachers have no way to start. So if we can reach out to local businesses in the Slidell area and say, hey, is there any way you can offer some kind of a discount to a new teacher? Can you offer some kind of, is there a way that we could work together and we could get new teachers, new, young, single, out-of-college teachers to come to the Slidell area? We're going to give them an incentive that we don't have to come up with. We can work with private business, and we say, hey, how about $300 cut on your rent the first 6, 8, 9, 12 months, whatever it might be. We've got to find a way to get teachers over to different parts of our district. You know, I'm born and raised in Slidell. I was born in Slidell Memorial Hospital. I have spent every waking moment. I'm not going to live anywhere else in Slidell, Louisiana. And I am committed to that, but I have seen it's very difficult to get professionals to move to Slidell. They're wanting to move to the west side of the district. So to your answer, Mr. Winkler, we've got to get people to want to come to the east side and live there. And if we can get them to come live there and be entrenched in our community like I am, then they'll understand what we need to do. But it is challenging. It is challenging. It's difficult. You know, I don't want to separate Slidell east-west. I don't want to do that, but we have to have real conversation, you know? It's a fact. So, but until we start getting teachers to want to come live in the Slidell area, it's very difficult. And I'm going to give you an example. Everybody thinks North Shore, you know, we're this elite school and we get the best of the best. I had a health position. My health teacher decided he wanted to go back into coaching. Mr. DiCarlo hired him over at St. Tammany. So it opened up a health position. In 1994, when I started teaching, I would have killed to teach in that health position. That health position didn't get filled till the week before school, and the girl that filled it, I got lucky and found her, and she resigned from Jefferson a week before school to come take my job because she wanted to be in St. Tammany. But that health job was open for 3 months. Health, not English, not math, not health. You know, a coach back in the day, Coach Loop, a coach would have killed to teach health back in the day. But finding teachers is hard to come by. You know, it's a tough profession. What we're being asked to do, and what I've told you today, what we're being asked to do, it's difficult. It's difficult. And, you know, what we've got to do our due diligence. I know that we recruit. I know that we're in every university. I know we go to their job fairs. We are recruiting. We need more students to get an education that choose to be on a PL later. We need them to choose education earlier, you know? And so I wish I had the answers, Mr. Winkler, but that's a real answer as far as the Slotto area, Pearl River area, you know, and I hope I didn't hurt anybody's feelings. I'm just trying to be honest. I'm just trying to be transparent here. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. We now move to the gentlelady from Lacombe, District 7, Mrs. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Javier.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Richardson.
You know, I'm new to the board, and I've stated this before. I've just enjoyed watching you as a principal.
Thank you.
Because your heart is, your passion is almost tangible. And I'm not going to ask you leadership questions because I really do feel that you are a great leader. And part of being a great leader is you've done just that. You've identified many of your strengths.
Right.
But a great leader also has the capacity to show humility in areas where they feel they need to grow more. I would be very interested in seeing what you feel are your greatest areas for growth. Where
Right.
do you feel you need to grow the most as a leader?
Right. That's a great question. You know, I've given this a lot of thought, and I've been in charge of a school setting. You know, I've made decisions what's best for my community. I've never had to make decisions based on 39,000 students and 6,000 employees. So, you know, the biggest thing that I've got to overcome if I was to be chosen for this position is I've got to be able to come into this building and be able to convey what I'm telling you here to a group of people that have had different leaders in different areas of expertise. So I've got to portray my message to them, and I've got to get them to buy in. So, you know, I lack experience when it comes to leading that number of people and to put my message out. I also have to grow in being able to deal with, you know, I've dealt with the Slotto community. I've got to be able to deal with the Lacombe community. I've got to be able to deal with the Folsom community. You know, we all talk about a lot of different things. And I hate that I've said east, west, Slotto. I apologize for that. We have 8 learning communities that I have to learn. So, you know, that's my biggest fear is every one of those, like Miss Lammy asked before, you know, about what we've got to do to meet equality with teachers, with everything that she said. You know, I've got to learn 8 communities because the Folsom Covington community is way different than my Slotto community, which was way different than Mr. Green and the Mandeville community and Mr. Winkler, the Pearl River community. So, you know, my biggest challenge is going to be to meet the needs of all of those people that are very different and see life differently. I'm not saying good, bad. I'm saying differently. And, you know, I coached Little League football in Pearl River for a long time. I got to see some things. I've been in the Mandeville area. I've coached at different things. I've been a high school coach. You know, I've done all those things. But the biggest thing is I've got to learn how to manage that many numbers and that diverse of a population. That's something I've got to wrap my head around.
Very well said, and
Yes,
that's all
thank
my
you.
questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Richardson. We'll move on now to the gentleman from Abita Springs, Mr. Harrell, District 5.
Sorry, Mr. Harrell, we didn't mean to take it out on you last night. I apologize.
Not a problem. Now you just really messed me up. I was gonna let it go.
Just threw him off.
As superintendent, one of the most important things is communication. Could you describe briefly how you plan to effectively communicate with the various levels of employees and staff, board, other assistant superintendents, your central office staff,
Right.
principals, teachers, employees, parents?
You know, it's part of, I've been working on what I was going to say for a long time as regard to my first 100 days, first year. COVID has kind of thrown a wrench in this a little bit. First off, if given the opportunity, the first thing I did, like I said, what I said earlier is I'm going to go meet with every administrative staff and do a needs assessment. But I want to stand, and I will stand, in front of every faculty, at every school, at every facility, every employee at every facility, every building that we own, and convey to them what I want to accomplish, what my goals, my mission, what we have agreed that we're moving forward. As far as on a daily basis, I plan on doing, whether it be updates, similar to what Mr. Foltz has put out, what Mr. Jabbia has put out. We've got to have an open line of communication. They've got to be, we can't say that we're going to do something starting Monday and we send out something on Friday. You know what I'm saying? That there's got to be planning with Ms. Mendez's office. There are ways, you know, as a principal, and I know some of these parents might get frustrated with our robocalls, because I think I've robocalled every day for 3 straight weeks. But that's the best way to reach our families. I mean, you know, not everybody, you know, you heard from many parents, not everybody has the ability or the time with their job to get on the school or the district website and look for things. So if there's any way that we can, Lewis can do this, I know we've talked about it. He has the ability not just to send a robocall out. If we can get the information put into JPAMS, he can send the robo text out. He can send a robo email out. And now we've gotten so techie, the majority of my families, across all barriers, check text and they check email, because their businesses, their jobs communicate that way. So I think there's got to be a way for us to, I don't know about y'all, but I get 5 or 6 spam calls a day. So that robocall is one last thing maybe I want to fool with. But I can look at a text from the superintendent. I can look at a text from Ms. Mendez. I can look at a text from the school principal. I can look at a text from anyone or an email. We have the ability to do that. But like I said earlier, the best way to do all that, and Ms. Lammy brought it up, is for me to go have those conversations with lead teachers, with the community, with groups, be it PTA meetings, do all the things we need to do. I'm a single guy. I'm 50 years, I'll soon be 50. I'm a single guy. I'm ready to go. You tell me where I've got to be and I'm going to be there. We've got to have those conversations with the PTA. We've got to find a way with Lewis to get those text messages put out and emails put out, because a lot of people, they're not answering their phones. They're not. And so I'm sending robocalls, and you know, it does go on deaf ears sometimes, but I think the sooner we can get to where we use technology to our advantage, then we can start making some strides to make sure that everybody's informed. Because I'm telling you, there's not a kid on my campus that doesn't have a cell phone. I promise you that. You can take that to the bank. And it's so funny, I had a parent ask me, you know, they were concerned about the Chromebooks, because now every kid on my campus and all the high school campuses have a Chromebook. And so they're like, we're worried about the filters on a Chromebook. I said, I'd be worried about the filters on your child's cell phone before I worried about Lewis, because I know Lewis very well. I can't do anything on my computer, and I'm a principal. So, you know, I think we've got to use technology to our advantage, and using the robocall system to the fullest capability of text and email, I think we can reach and get the message out to our people.
All right.
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Jamie. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Harrell.
you.
All right, we'll move on now to the gentleman from Folsom, Mr. Loop, District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Nation. All right, Mr.
Hey,
Yep.
Mr.
I'm glad
Lee.
I brought a second question, because the first
Yes.
one was about
Uh-oh.
your plans for 90 days, and I think you've covered that
Yes,
off
sir.
and on. So, would you describe yourself as a hands-on administrative leader or a delegator? Explain which one, please.
I'm definitely a hands-on. People don't believe this. I do not have a secretary. I do not have a secretary. That's another thing, Ms. Richards and I have to get used to if that was the case. I do everything myself. It's not that I'm a control freak or anything. I don't miss school. I do bus ramp duty in the evenings. I'm on the bus ramp. I don't need a duty teacher. I'm on the bus ramp. I'm a hands-on guy. I'm just used to doing that as a coach, Mr. Loop. If we didn't do it for ourselves as coaches, it didn't get done. So that started a long time ago. You know, I've had the conversations with my father when he was at Stoddard Junior High School. You know, there was no internet back then. There was no, you know, if a parent had a problem, they called the school phone number. So, you know, he walked the halls. He instilled in me a long time ago, you need to visit every classroom every day. You need to walk the halls. You need to have your hands on everything. You need to know what's going on in the custodians. You need to know what's going on with your cafeteria. You need to know what bus drivers are, where they're supposed to be and doing. And you got to have a pulse on everything going on. And that's what I do. You know, if you ask, I'm somewhere every day, every night. You know, I like I said, I came to these board meetings I need to learn. You know, nobody told me that. I wanted to learn for myself. So, yes, sir, I'm hands-on. I will be a hands-on superintendent. I'm not a delegator. I'm just not the way I do. If it's an HR issue that needs to be handled, that's fine. HR can handle it. But when it comes time to addressing the issues, I'm going to address the issues. I'm going to do it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Luke.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on now to the gentleman from Covington, Mr. Derman, District 3.
Hey, Frank, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, Mr. Derman.
Well, they took
You
one
were.
of my questions, so I'm on. You know, we really didn't know what we were all
Yes,
going
sir.
to ask, so I know y'all didn't know what we were going to
We
ask.
didn't. We're
so
all sitting in that room
LSU
back
and
there.
Alabama were playing each other in football. Who would you choose?
You know where I am every weekend, but it wouldn't be real good right now. You wouldn't like my answer right now.
Okay, well, that really wasn't my question, but I just thought I'd ask you.
I think, you know, since he was picked on Alabama, I think that needs to be, he's
Yeah.
used his question.
Well,
But
you
anyway,
know,
go ahead.
You know, somebody else is a big Alabama fan. Seriously, what do you think the current public opinion of the school system is right now? And if negative or not as positive as it could be, what can or would you do to correct or improve that perception?
You know, Mr. Durham, that's a great question.
I know it is.
I
That's
think
why I asked it.
I will say this, the overall perception of our school system is extremely positive. I mean, I hear from parents, guys. I'm the head of the Administrative Association. Principals call me every day, and we talk about these things. The overall impression of what the school system, you know, and what we're having, especially what we're having to do right now at this day and time with the pandemic and everything that we have going on, there is definitely a positive overall connotation. However, there are issues, underlying issues in our society nationwide that need to be addressed. They need to be addressed. They need to be discussed, and real solutions have to come. But if you're asking me about overall perception, everybody knows how hard our teachers are working. Everybody knows how hard our kids are working. We have to make up for 6 months of lost time right now, and we are pushing. Our teachers are running 3 classrooms at home. Everybody doesn't realize that. They run a JPAMS classroom, they're running Google Classroom, and they're running their own classroom. And we're in school, so it's not like they have a day with no kids. So I think everybody knows how hard our kids are pushing, how hard our teachers are pushing, how hard our administrators are pushing, so I know that's the case. But if you're asking me if there's things that need to be addressed, yes, sir. There's things that need to be addressed. And for reasons, for the betterment of this entire school district, hard conversations, curriculum, hard conversations are going to have to be had over the next year or so. Okay.
I guess, and one little small follow-up
Sure.
to that is, you know, do you think things are perceived to be maybe not perfect, or is it a reality?
Well,
Or
perception is reality. So, unfortunately, if there's any media people in here, I apologize ahead of time. But I find it hard to watch the news and all because that perception is reality, because that's what we hear. So, I know what parents tell me, what community people tell me, and there are things that need to be addressed. And I think we took a major step forward Thursday night, let me say it like that, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Derman. We now move to the gentlelady from Covington, Mrs. Heinz, and also our ranking board member in seniority.
Sorry, Ms. Heinz.
You started early.
Senior
That's right.
board member.
That's right. Well, she
Well,
deserves
I'd
that
like
title.
to commend our board members. They've done an excellent job on the questions so far.
ma'am.
We've touched on mission and vision. We've touched on system management, community relations, school improvement, and personal qualities. And I think for not knowing the questions ahead of time that everyone would ask, done a phenomenal
ma'am.
job.
I agree.
My question is going to be on school board governance.
Yes.
Please share with us the role you will play as superintendent in development, maintenance, communication, and implementation of school board policies.
Sure. You know, you guys are embedded in creating policy for the school system. But I don't think people realize that live away from this community. The relationship that administration has with this board is tremendous. You look at other school systems where you have paid officers in the crowd to control what goes on between administrators and board members, you know? So in answering your question, Ms. Heinz, you know, as superintendent, my number one role will be to facilitate an open relationship and to make sure that every board member sitting in here is informed and has quality information moving forward, that everything that pertains to the school system is shared with you. If it is not exactly personnel related, then we've got to be on the same page. And we are a team. I tried to emphasize that earlier. I have a coaching background, you know. I've been knowing Coach Luke since I was a kid growing up at Salo High School. This has got to be a team. We have got to be together. I don't have all the answers, but together, the assistant superintendents, the supervisors, we've got to be on the same page to give you quality information and then help you to disseminate that information to make sure that everyone is making an informed decision for yourself and for your constituents. So, you know, my plan is to give you all the information you need. You know, I am transparent. If there's anything, I might be too transparent at North Shore. My teachers know everything that happens. There's nothing they don't know. And that's why they love it there, because it's an open book. So, you know, moving forward, I want the opportunity to be the superintendent to open up this school system and show you guys everything that you need to see so that you can make an informed decision. But the relationship has to be understood that I'm going to show you all this, but we're also going to give you data, real data from our kids, from our teachers, from our supervisors that say, this is why we're bringing it to you, and this is why we want your consideration for the good of the students and for all the residents of St. Tammany Parish. So I hope that answered your question.
Brief follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
Brief follow-up.
Sure.
You disagree with the board decision. How would you handle this disagreement? Just very briefly.
I don't have, that is your decision. You represent the constituents of St. Tammany Parish. You know, I'm going to bring you all the information that I have, all the information that our assistants have. I'm going to give you everything. And I'm going to explain to you why this is best. If you don't agree with it, if the constituents say this is not something we want, then St. Tammany Parish, that's what you're here for, right? That's what we're all here for. You know, I represent right now 1,500 students, probably 5,000 parents and guardians, you know. We're going to do what's best for them. You guys have to do what's best for your constituents. It's nothing personal. It's not personal. There's nothing. I sit back here in that corner. I listen. That's your job. You know, people, I have my teachers ask me, well, why did so-and-so get upset? Why is so-and-so getting upset? That's their job. That's your job. Your job is to question us. Our job is to answer. We better have an answer for you. If you have a question, we better be able to say, hey, you know, this is why. This is the reason why we feel like this decision has to be made. But when it comes down to it, you guys have to make the best decision possible, and then we move forward. Can I give a brief example?
Sure.
Do you mind?
Sure.
So I felt strongly that we should have started school on time. That's my opinion. I don't get a vote. So but that's fine. Looking back, we had more preparation with our teachers and we had more preparation to get our schools ready. So in hindsight, it was the right decision. But my mentality at the time was not necessarily in agreement. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to take too much time, but I'm just trying to explain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Heinz. And last is the gentleman from Mandeville, District 1 Representative, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Nation. The argument could be made that our district has dropped in rankings because of misalignment and directives and mandates from the state, Bessie, Louisiana Department of Education. What is your vision for St. Tammany Parish in light of challenges and mandates related to standardized testing, teacher evaluations, and curriculum? And then part B is, will you be present and a voice for St. Tammany Parish in front of Bessie and the Louisiana Department of Education?
The second part of your question, absolutely. That's my commitment to St. Tammany Parish. I'll be everywhere. They're going to know what St. Tammany feels everywhere. As far as the first part of your question, if Bessie mandates policy, LDOE mandates policy to the entire state of Louisiana, and they don't care if you have the ability to do it or not, they mandate it. So if they're going to mandate things, lucky enough, we're blessed to have such talented people in this room and in this building that we can address those policies. But if they're going to mandate that the ACT, if they're going to mandate that LEAP 2025, if they're going to mandate that graduation requirements, that discipline, that attendance, if they're going to mandate those things, then we've got to get on the same page. If we're, I think Mr. Foles has said this over and over again, if we're going to do things, if we're going to be graded, if they're going to give us a grade, then we better step up and say, what do we have to do? What do we have to do? I'm not saying we teach the test. I'm not saying that we throw out everything and we just prepare for these things. But if they're going to keep score, Mr. Loop, we're going to compete. We're going to compete. And we're going to prepare our teachers. You know, I've said we're going to align our curriculum to meet the benchmarks that the LDOE has laid out and Bessie has laid out. We're going to use the resources that we need to do from K to 12 to make sure that we're aligning our curriculum with those people. If we do that, if we align our curriculum to Bessie and to LDOE and we do it the correct way, we will align to the standards that our kids are being judged on. They're being judged on what our test is LDOE created. It's not created in Massachusetts. It's not created in North Dakota. It's created by Bessie. So, you know, but if they're going to hold us to standards of those things, we're going to have to give our kids and our teachers the tools to do it. And I was really upset that COVID happened. We've done more in PLCs. PLCs are what people would call departmental meetings, but it's way more than that now on a school campus. PLCs, we were having hard conversations. We were discussing kids on an individual basis. We were having teachers go co-curricular and talking about kids. We did more this year to prepare our kids for the ACT because we're not number 18. We're not number 18. But things keep changing on us. The ACT is changing. The target we keep shooting for is changing. We've got to align our curriculum and our resources to no matter what happens, we're on the path to where we're giving the teachers and the students the skills they need to be successful. So we need to align with LDOE. We need to streamline everything we're doing and do what we have to do. But if we can streamline all that, everything will come into line and it won't be like we're doing something extra or we're having to do something different just because Bessie says we're going to be judged on these other credentials. They're all aligned with Bessie. They're all aligned with LDOE. We need to get in line and make sure we align ourselves with them. Okay? I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Green. All right, Mr. Jabby, you've got the opportunity for closing remarks if you so choose, and we ask you to keep it under 5 minutes if possible.
Yes, sir. First off, I just want to tell everyone in this room, thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to try and get through this. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate everything. I want this position, and I want it because I know it's best for our students. I see them every day. I see our parents every day. I know what they need. I know what our kids need. I know the information you need. I know all this. I am committed to having the hard conversations, the difficult conversations. We have tremendous people in this building. We have the smartest people that we could ever ask for. But I hear from the supervisors. They talk to me. Their voice needs to be heard and respected. And we've got to move forward. We have got to make every voice count in this building, in our school buildings. I hear them. I know. Trust me, my list, I've been doing this a long time. I know where the breakdowns are. I live it every day. I get it. And it's not individuals' faults. We've got to move forward. We've got to keep moving forward. We are not 18th, and the thought of St. Tammany Parish being 18th makes me nauseated. It does. The thought of North Shore not being an A school makes me nauseated. We've been an A school since the day they issued a grade. Since the day they decided to grade us, we've been an A school. And I won't accept any less. Our kids deserve it, I just want to let everybody know that, people look at me and they see my father, okay? But I want to let you know, I've never worked in this building. I've worked on a school campus. With me, you get two things. You get a fresh face in this building with fresh ideas, with real connections. I've been a school-based administrator for 15, 16 years. I've been a school-based teacher administrator this is my 27th year. I know what we need. I'm committed to giving you that. But at the same time, I have built relationships with you guys as board members, with the people in this building, and as the administration association. I talk to the principals. I know what they need. I know what our kids need. I just want the opportunity to serve you guys, to serve our constituents that are seated behind me. I'm here for you guys. I want the opportunity to show you what we can accomplish if we all work together and we create a culture and a climate that people feel like they have a voice. And if you give me that opportunity, I won't let you down. I promise.
Thank you, Mr. Jabbia. We thank you for your service to our school system.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I present to you Dr. DeRoche, Principal, Covington High School.
Thank you, Dr. Roche. Welcome. Good to see you. You certainly may take your mask off if you like.
All right, thank you.
Some things you haven't heard since you've been sequestered, but this poor audience are going to get tired of hearing. Just to give you the process, we're going to give you an opening and closing statement. You may take up to 5 minutes. Would like, keep you just, if you can honor that. And then also, when we get to board questions, you can give a 3-minute or so response. Again, we're not going to keep a strict clock, but if you kind of keep it to a 3-minute, and then some board members may have a follow-up question and that, do 1 or 2 minutes, for that follow-up.
Sure.
As we said to the public, you didn't know the questions we were going to ask, and we did not collaborate with the questions we're going to ask. And so, again, welcome the principal of Covington High School, Dr. Robert DeRoche.
All right, good morning. I would like to thank the board members for granting me this opportunity to interview for the superintendent position. Just being offered an opportunity to interview is such a great honor, and I appreciate that. It took me a lot of time to wonder and to think about whether I should do this. If it's the right move for me, is this where I really want to go? But, most importantly, if I'm the right person for this position. So in the letter, you gave me opportunity for opening remarks. So what I'd like to do is just kind of talk a little bit about my background and then just where I envision in my vision for this district. So yes, I am a Louisiana native. I was born in New Orleans and I did grow up in Kenner. That's where I spent most of my life. I did live uptown for a short bit, moved back to Metairie, and then I moved over into Mandeville about 15 years ago. I did attend all public schools throughout my years in Jefferson Parish. I graduated from Bonneville High School in 1987. I received my Bachelor of Arts degree in French from UNO and my Master's of Education, Curriculum and Instruction actually from UNO, and a doctorate in Educational Leadership at Southeastern Louisiana University. My teaching experience, I began in 1992 at a private school, Riverside Academy in Reserve. I taught there for about 6 years. After that, I moved over to St. Martin's Episcopal School in Metairie for 2 years. After that, I moved over to Fontainebleau High School in 2000, where I taught English for a few years. Administrative assistant position was open, so I was like, well, let me try for that. Maybe this is the direction I need to go into. So I worked for 3 years as an administrative assistant at Fontainebleau High School, and my first year as administrative assistant was the fall of 2005. So we all know what that was like. And that was a really steep learning curve into administration. And to be honest with you, at the end of the first year of doing administrative assistant, I really had doubts whether or not, this admin thing was for me. I was like, ooh, I really miss the classroom. I miss the interaction with the kids, the teaching part. So I was like, let me just give it one more year. Let's see how things go. And perhaps, maybe, I can function and be an administrator eventually. So another year turned into, I think it was 3 years. And then, I decided to apply for the Parish-wide Assistant Principal program. I was appointed in 2008. I spent 2 years as an assistant in the Parish-wide program. And, the program I think is such a great program that actually my dissertation was an evaluation of the program. The experiences and the people I met while I was in the program really opened my eyes about how great this system really is. It really gave me that experience. I was lucky to work at schools in the west side as also in the east side. I did do a couple stints at Salmon, and I also did work at Carolyn Park. Those are two really great schools, and probably, Carolyn Park probably had more an effect on me than I had on it, but I really cherished the time I had over at that school. Of course, I found my home at CHS as an assistant principal for many years, and now as principal. And so, where to next? What's the next challenge? Hopefully, superintendent. I'd like to address, my resume was light on details about my job duties, and I could have filled pages listing every single duty I have and have had. However, listing duties and accomplishments doesn't necessarily prove effective leadership. I believe effective leadership depends on a strong vision. A school superintendent has to build relationships with his board members, staff, schools, and community in order to communicate and implement that school vision, that vision. If I were superintendent, what do I envision for us? Quite simply, moving us back to an A rating. Also, we need to provide a high-quality education for all students. So let me repeat, all students, resulting in lifelong learners who can contribute positively to the society in which they live. Yes, that may be a simplistic vision, but I understand it's a monumental task when looking at grades pre-K to 12. And so how to achieve this? I believe we do this by focusing on 4 areas. First, every child, every day. We will continue to use this as a foundation on which decisions are made. We must never lose sight of this central principle as we navigate together through any state or federal policy, laws, or guidelines. The second area of focus is special education. We need to add an assistant superintendent of special education position. We currently have an assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction and for administration. It's time that special education department is treated with the same importance as the other departments because it's such a large department in our school system, and approximately 25% of our students are served by special education. Most importantly, we need to be forward-thinking and have a well-thought-out plan of how to best meet the needs of our special needs population. A third area of focus is curriculum and instruction. We need to provide more consistency with our curriculum and more targeted PD. If you look at our district report cards for the past few years, our assessment index is one area that has declined. This has adversely impacted our district score. And so, why has our assessment index declined? One possibility I'll point out is perhaps our math curriculum. The district has had about 7 changes in our math curriculum over the past 7 years. The lack of consistency in our math curriculum shows in our math scores. Hopefully, with the adoption of the new math curriculum beginning this school year, we will see increases in our math assessment index, but it will take time. Also, let's look at our targeted PD. The 2019-2020 general fund, the expenditures by object report, anybody can pull that up, shows that we spent approximately $245,000 on PD. Should we be investing more in our staff and teachers? The final area of focus is on the achievement gaps. Unfortunately, this is not a problem only to St. Tammany Parish. It is a national problem. How do we begin to close these gaps? I feel that if we do focus on every child every day, we focus on our special education population, we focus on providing a consistent curriculum and teacher PD, we can make progress in closing the gaps. Although I only listed 4 areas of focus, I do understand this position is responsible for so much more. There would be a steep learning curve, but one I am looking forward to. I know with the support of the talented employees of the school system, a seamless transition can occur. I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity of an interview. I hope you give me the chance to prove to you that only am I ready to step into this leadership role, but also that I am the best person for this position.
Thank you, Dr.
That's it.
Thank you, Dr. DeRoche. And the way we'll be asking the questions is for each candidate, I'll ask my question, and then we go by district, and then we'll, my question is, the public school system, this public school system has strong support from the public. We have 80% or so of the school-aged children. We have successful bond elections every 5 years or so, including more support from the public on the last bond election. We've got countless stories of families moving to St. Tammany Parish because of the school system, including my own family. Why does the school system enjoy this popularity and support from the citizens? And what would you do to maintain this support, including acknowledging any areas of growth regarding public support?
A lot of times I like to think of a product. We present a great product to the community. We have a great educational system. We provide tremendous support and just continuing to provide that high-quality education. And like I mentioned in my remarks, all students providing a positive educational experience. That simply comes from our mission statement in the district. So we will continue to focus on that mission and continue that every child, every day, and continue with those high expectations that we have of our faculty, staff, and of our students, and of our community leaders. We do have a great bond and communication with our leaders, public leaders, so that will continue, and I hope to strengthen that as we move forward.
Okay. And just one quick follow-up, and you kind of hit on it, but under the leadership of the previous administration, the system developed a very strong working relationship with our business community, which is, and this is just my opinion, but the continuation of this strong collaborative relationship with the business community is the cornerstone to continued growth and success. Do you agree or disagree with me, and why?
I totally agree. And I'll make this comment, that a lot of times I listen to the news, and I listen to our business leaders, and I listen to, the parish presidents about bringing jobs into this parish. And I'll sit there and it drives me crazy because I know what we do for the kids, and when the kids graduate, the skills and what they have. Why can't we attract more business into this community? Why can't we attract more high-tech jobs? Why can't we attract any type of jobs into this parish because I know what we do for the kids and what we put out there. And that, you know, I know that Mr. Foles had a really great relationship, and you know, I really would like to know from the leaders, you know, what do you need from us? What can we do to make that better? And if there's anything we can do as a school system to strengthen that bond and to bring more jobs into this parish. Because, again, like I said, it drives me crazy. I sit there and it's like, why? Why? You know, why? Because I know what we do and what we have.
Thank you, Dr. DeRoche. All right, we began with District 15, so last time we're going to begin with District 1. The gentlelady from Covington, Mrs. Hines, who you probably know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
great.
Well, see, I chose well, you know, I guess I'm sorry. District 1, Matt Green. Sorry. I need to have my list up.
Thank you, Dr. DeRoche. The argument could be made that our district has dropped in rankings because of misalignment of various mandates and directives from Bessie and the Louisiana Department of Education. What is your vision for St. Tammany in light of challenges and mandates for standardized testing, teacher evaluations, and curriculum? And second, how will you advocate for St. Tammany Parish in front of Bessie and the Louisiana Department of Education?
I think, first of all, whatever laws, policies, guidelines that are sent down, we need to follow. I mean, that's just going to be what we have to do. We have to follow that. I think being in St. Tammany for a number of years, I've seen, you know, we've all seen a lot of changes throughout the years that have come down. We have to work with what we're given. And I know we can do that. We have talented people. We have really great, talented staff here. So we just have to work with what we're given. I think a lot of times that we can do better than what we're given as far as state-like curriculum and things like that. And we can always add and increase to that. But I think also a lot of times the message about what's best for children and what we have to do to educate that child, we need to focus on that. It's not about anything else. It's about what we're given. You know, the state, the federal government, whether you disagree, whatever, the curriculum or whatever the directives they give us or sound advice and based on sound data and all that we should follow. It's just a matter of taking what we're given and making it work for us. You know, as far as advocating, I'll be an advocate. I mean, you know, in our role, what is kind of disheartening to me, and I'll be quite honest with you, is that, you know, to read some of these articles in the paper about what's going on with the interviews and all that stuff. You know, you have politicians who sit on the education committee that are, you know, raking us over the coals for who's applied for the position. Has any politician on the education committee in our community, and probably that person lives right across from Covington High School, ever come talk to me or any school about what we think, what we feel, and our desire, and what is best? Not one person. When we reach out to people, they never get back to someone and come talk to us. So, you know, I mean, it strikes a nerve with me, and that I will advocate for the students of this district based on what's best for us.
Thank you, Mr. Green, and with apologies to I did not do any redistricting with that, so Mrs. Hines, gentlelady from Covington, who you probably know pretty well. So.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nation, and thank you, Dr. DeRoche, for applying for the position. You know, I'm a Covington High alumnus.
Yeah.
Along with Mr. Derman, and we appreciate all you do at Covington High School.
Go ahead and say it, Beth. Once a
line, always a line.
That's right. There you go.
Once a line, always a line. You're going to hear a diverse set of questions today. They're going to be on mission and vision, system management, community relations, school improvement, and then some personal qualities. But my question is on school governance, school board governance. Would you please share with us the role you will play as superintendent in development, maintenance, communication, and implementation of school board policies?
I think looking at a school, running a school, you know, I know I've been in interviews with some other people here. You know, we talk about moving up. It's just paint with a bigger brush. And I think the school system and being a superintendent kind of mirrors a little bit about what we do at the school level. You have to have a good team. And you have to have people around you that are good and talented. And we have some really great people in this district. So, I mean, it's a matter of relying on those people who have been here and who have the knowledge in order to run the district. I think a lot of us coming in, don't see that side. But, building the team, relying on people, and following the laws and policies that are sent down to us and making those work for us is the way I kind of envision it. That, I am a micromanager, and anybody that works for me, you can probably ask them that I want to have my nose in everything and know what's going on. And I realize a lot of times you can't do that. You drive yourself crazy, and you have to rely on people that you work with to help you to govern. And, this is a big deal. I don't at all, think that this is just a piece of cake and it's just an easy job. And as a principal at Covington, dealing with the finances and the money and the staff and all that, applying for those jobs, like, it gives you just that stress. And that's the same thing here. It's just like, oh my God, what I've got myself into, because anything goes wrong, it's my fault. And, a lot of times that's why you got to have people that you can rely on and that you can trust to take care of those things. So it's a matter of being a team and working collaboratively in order to make things run.
Just a very brief follow-up. The board makes a decision that you disagree with. How would you handle that disagreement?
Well, hopefully we've had some conversations beforehand that you know how I feel, and we've been able to talk and collaborate about what the issue is. Again, there's been a lot of decisions that, central office people have made that I don't necessarily agree with, but, that's what we have to do, and we'll make it work. So, it's just a matter of like policy, government, we're just gonna have to make it work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hines. Now, the gentleman from Beta Spring, Covington, I'm getting all messed up. I'm hungry. Mike Derman, District 3. It's time for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Nation.
Oh,
You
here it
worried
comes.
about that LSU Alabama question, aren't you? Robert,
Yes.
first off, let me thank you for the job you've done at Covington High. You've done an outstanding job, and we appreciate that very much. Now, I'm going to ask you this question, and of course, it's just a what if. So what do you think the current public opinion of our school system is? And if it's negative or not as positive, what can or would you do to correct or improve that perception?
Well, let's just say I don't have social media. I don't partake in any of that stuff. The only time, people send me some things, I just feel as a principal, if somebody has something to say, they need to come talk to me so we can work it out. We're kind of living in unprecedented times with this COVID stuff, so that may be a little different than what maybe years of, past have been. There's a lot of discussion. I think for the most part, the district is looked upon favorably. We do a great job, and we're doing the best we can right now at this time. I'll often kind of brainstorm and talk about ideas with my staff, and then they take it, oh, well, that's what you mean. It's like, no, we're just kind of talking. And a lot of times I kind of think as far as a superintendent, that maybe, we can have like town hall meetings or something on the east and west side of the parish where we can go out and, meet with the public and the parents and answer questions, So just kind of certain ideas like that, to get out more for people to address and talk to us instead of just, not really making that connection. And that would be one of those kind of community outreach. That perhaps could change any misperceptions for the district.
Thank you, Mr. Derman. And now the gentleman from Folsom, Mr. Luke, District 4.
All right. Hey, Robert. Good. Well, if we're talking about alumni, my wife graduated from there. Both of my kids graduated from there. My grandkids graduated, and I taught and coached there for 20 years.
All these Mandeville people are
Covington
really
High.
like, wow.
Once a lion, always lion. How would you describe yourself as a hands-on administrative leader or a delegator? Explain which of those you would consider yourself.
I mentioned before, I think I'm kind of a micromanager, hands-on. I like to know what's going on. And when I don't know what's going on, it drives me crazy. And again, like I said, you have to trust the people that you work with and have a team because you can't do it all alone. And I know in this job especially, no. But, if your team knows your vision and your feeling, and, You know, right now, like the team I have, you know, I kind of know how we all think and what their thoughts are and what they're going to say. So, you know, I kind of have that. And I think they know what I feel and think too. So I think it's a matter of getting to know people. But you have to release some of that responsibility because it'll drive you crazy. It will drive me crazy. But I am that type that needs to know everything. I mean, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Loop. We now move to the gentleman from Abita Springs, Mr. Harrell, District 5.
Hey.
Thank you for applying. In the role of superintendent, it's very important to communicate with everyone. Please briefly describe how you plan to effectively communicate with the board, the assistant superintendents, central office staff, principals, teachers, employees, and parents.
With the board, I mean, you know, my feeling is that we would communicate and talk on a regular basis about anything going on with the school system because, you know, you need to make policy also with me. You know, we do have meetings. I would have meetings with the assistant superintendents to discuss stuff, with the supervisors. So, you know, I kind of like to work in an environment where I do get different ideas. You know, I'm not always right. I do like to hear other people's opinions and how they feel. So hopefully it would be more collaborative. Principals, you know, we do have principals meetings once a month. Maybe we can do something a little different or figure out. But, you know, I do hope that there's a line of communication where people do feel comfortable if they have an issue and want to talk to me that they can. And just, you know, just not that it comes just from the top and whatever. They have no say-so. So I think it does have to be a collaborative amongst all of us. And the board, you know, in all honesty, I mean, I'll be quite honest, I don't know what the boundaries are, if we can meet informally and just talk about policy, or we have to meet formally. You know, those are things that, you know, that steep learning curve that I'm going to have to learn. But, you know, I would imagine phone calls and talking and all that is how we would communicate, and we would have to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. We now move to the gentlelady from Lacombe, Mrs. Richardson, District 7.
Thank you, Mr. Nation. Your resume is impressive, and I've heard really great things about your leadership at Covington High. And in this interview, you're going to have an opportunity to really showcase your leadership. But a good leader also has the capacity to recognize areas where they need to grow. It's a certain level of humility we hope to see. With that thought in mind, would you mind sharing with us an area where you feel you've really had to work on as a leader, or just what you feel is your, I don't like the word weakest link, but an area for growth? Where would that be?
Look, I mean, I think a lot of people, I think there's several areas, I'll be honest with you. You know, there's nothing that anybody's going to tell me that I'm not self-aware about. I'm pretty self-aware, you know, where my strengths and weaknesses are. I mean, so to go around thinking that, you know, I'm perfect and I know everything, that's not the case. And hopefully people I work with kind of get that, I know that. I think there's maybe a couple areas of growth, I'll be quite honest with you. I think, first of all, I think that, you know, people don't see that drive or that passion I have for the kids and the school and that I have for education. You know, sometimes maybe I'm quiet and unassuming, and I try to carry myself in a business-like fashion, and they don't see that, you know, that desire that I have in here. It's probably going to cause a heart attack one day, but, you know, I do have that passion and that drive that I don't think people really get. And then secondly, lost my train of thought. So that's one. And I think, secondly, probably there are times when I need to be a little bit more forceful and a little bit more, this is it. And I'm not a confrontational person. I don't like much confrontation. You know, I'd rather resolve the issue and move on. But, you know, and that's something that I've had to learn. You know, my role as an administrative principal is that, you know, at times you do have to be forceful, and this is it. And this is the line. And I think that's probably an area where, you know, as a superintendent, of course, it's going to have to be, you know, and that's probably one area, just being a little bit more forceful, maybe showing that passion, that desire that I have.
Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Richardson. Now the gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Winkler, District 8.
Hey, Dr. Hey. How do we recruit the best teachers and get them to the schools where they're needed the most?
That's a challenge. You know, it's not easy to find teachers, first of all, it's not easy to find administrators, and of course, not easy to find superintendents. I mean, I know just, you know, from the search out there, you know, you don't really have many people applying. And Mr. Winkler, we were around the same time. When I first came into the district, we had a lot of teachers coming to apply for positions, and, you know, teachers that were well qualified that didn't get jobs. Nowadays, I mean, even as a high school principal, I can't find anybody to fill certain positions. I think I have one open right now still that I'm trying to find somebody. You know, teacher shortage is I mean, I don't want to keep saying, but it's, you know, kind of a national thing. It's just not us. You know, we do have a great school system. We do have people that want to come here. And, you know, we do honestly kind of pull a lot of teachers from other districts that want to come to St. Tammany. And that's where I find a lot of our teachers. So it's a matter of, you know, just trying to advertise and to make sure, you know, that we do continue to provide a great education, and we do want our students, especially, you know, we have a STAR program with kids looking to go into education that perhaps, you know, those areas we need to try to recruit more students in high school that may want to go into education and for the future. How do we move them to other schools in the most needed areas? I mean, you know, I've heard Mr. Williams address that here at the board meeting a while back, and, you know, Covington High School at times is not unlike that either. You know, I have teachers don't want to come to Covington High over the years. And, you know, my experience, you know, when I came into the district, you would hear stories, but as a parish-wide, and I went to these different schools, I'm like, what are they talking about? You know, it's a great school. And I think there's a lot of misperceptions out there about the schools, and that's something we probably need to work on, is just the perception of what these schools are to try to attract teachers to those schools.
Is that all for you, Mr. Winkler? Okay. Thank you. All right, we now move to the gentlelady from Madisonville, Mrs. Drucker, District 9.
How you doing, Dr.
Hey, I'm great.
DeRoche? Thank you so much for all your hard work at Covington High.
Thank you.
It's amazing attending the graduation over there this past, May or so. School looks wonderful, and I know they all have a wonderful passion over there that's carried out through my colleagues over here. My question for you is that St. Tammany Parish, we have a reputation for academic excellence, and it's evidenced by so many people moving into our parish. And it's definitely, our home sales have skyrocketed over here. And then also with our school system, there's a lot of growth. But also with the growth, I wanted to ask, what is your experience in strategic planning for our school district in regards to growth of our schools and the capacity that we can actually handle all this growth?
So you're talking more, I mean, I think has a lot of different aspects to it. You know, as far as facilities, looking at facilities, I know in the Madisonville area, that area is just kind of blowing up. We've had to add a lot to that, those areas. So I think, you know, and I've been around, you know, I think Lakeshore, you know, that area was looked upon before Katrina to grow, so we built the school out there. You know, based on some of what I know of, I do think there's probably needs to be more schools, probably in the Madisonville area, that needs to be built. I hate to even say this, redistricting a little bit too, to kind of move some students around. You know, that's the facility part, but also you talked about moving students in and getting students here. I mean, it's just the expectations also that we have of our students and our community, that this is what you're coming into and this is what you need to do. So, I mean, I think it's just a matter of just looking at what we have and then where the growth is going to be and project that. As for school system.
That's all the questions I have.
That's it.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mrs. Drucker. All right, we move on to the gentleman from Mandeville, Mr. Betancourt, District 10.
Oh, good afternoon, Dr.
Hey,
DeRoche.
Mr. Betancourt.
Well, are you aware of the meeting we had Thursday? I don't know if you were here or not.
No, I was not.
The resolution that we passed, Let me give you a second just
Okay.
to peruse this thing, because that's where my question is. I need that back.
Yeah, I was told, yeah.
All right, based on the resolution, you
Sure.
just familiarize yourself. Your thoughts on, the easy part will be identify, relatively speaking, the easy part will be identifying areas of need. Addressing it, how do you make that a reality? That's gonna be the harder of the two. So how do you make that a reality once it's determined the areas that we need to improve in?
Well, I think what I mentioned in my opening remarks, just kind of briefly looking at that, is that, sure, we do need to focus on our special education population. And I mean, I can tell you that just from being a school that's in urgent intervention required, because my subgroup and students with disabilities has failed for 2 more years. So, you know, I've been dealing with that for a couple of years. ELL populations, that is going to be another area that is going to be a subgroup where, you know, we have 10 or more kids, you're going to be focused, you know, that's going to be looked at too. So I can imagine, I can foresee we're going to have a lot more schools going into urgent intervention needed and required because of the ELL program. So special education is an important area, and I include the ELL group with that because we do need to focus and put more resources into our ELL program and how we control that and we work that. Special education, you know, a lot of this, I'll keep saying expectations, you know, and I know at my school what I've worked so hard to is just to say, these are the expectations, period. I don't care who you are, what you are. You know, you come to school, I'm going to give you an education, you know, whatever. And we have subgroups, the achievement gap, what I talked about in our remarks, where our achievement gaps are widening for certain groups. We need to focus on those. And again, like you said, yeah, that's a difficult task. That's not easy. I think, you know, in a lot of those other resolutions that you talked about, our mission, which I kind of read in my statement, is that all students. I think we have plastered everywhere, and a principle that we have is that every child, every day. That's just not this child or that child. It's every child. And, you know, unfortunately, a lot of people can make a lot of comments and say things about us, but, you know, many people, there's some people that have worked with me that know how I feel about a lot of this, is that it's all students. I don't care who you are, what you are. And hopefully, the way I've worked and the way I've run the schools and where I've been, I hope people realize that and see that, because I don't care who you are. You know, a few years ago, I went to a conference in Orlando, and it was probably one of the best conferences I ever did. And we did go to a lot of sessions. We did go to some sessions on equity and how to address that. And, you know, we brought a lot of that back to Covington High School for professional development. And I think, you know, we do have all that specified in the district about non-discrimination. We have that in our email. And that is something that's, you know, non-negotiable, I mean, period. I think what we need to do is when we address those achievement gaps, when we address those special ed populations, we are addressing a lot of that inequity across the board. You know, my goal here is that your students, we need to educate these kids. I don't care who you are. And we need to make sure that we are addressing those achievement gaps and we're addressing that equity in the schools. And again, to go back to what I said, targeted PD. Our teachers need to have more PD on microaggressions. We need to look at what is equity. And we need to address that with our teachers at the bottom line, because, you know, there may be some biases, unknown biases that teachers have in the classroom when they're teaching that they don't really understand. And we did do a little bit of that with us at Covington High School, but and that's the way I feel about it. I mean, I will stand behind every child every day. I will stand behind the mission that all students, I don't care who you are. There's, you know, that we are here to educate the kids no matter what. And, you know, certain kids come, you know, it's just so funny talking to my family about, education and all that, that they just don't understand everything that we see every day. And the sadness that we see with these kids that come to school. And we're trying to do the best we can to educate a kid when the kid doesn't even have a house to go to or something like that. So, the resolutions I'm fine with. We have all the statements. We just need to continue to address where we can and work as hard as we can to make sure that every child gets a fair shake at a great education. And that begins with the teachers and PD and with all of us.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Betcourt. All right, Dr. DeRoche, we're going to magically go over to the east side of the parish.
All right.
And so we'll start with the gentlelady from Slidell, District 11 Representative, Mrs. Tammy Lammy.
Hello. Oh. All right. Great. Yeah.
Okay, so my question is.
Ms. Lammy,
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry. I apologize.
Yep.
Hello?
Yep, you are.
Okay, my question is targeting teachers and the open communication there. So as an educator and now a principal, I'm sure you're aware that many teachers feel they can't truly, they're not heard. They have a voice. Every school's different, so maybe at your school they don't feel that way with you, but even with the board or with central office or just their experience and professionalism. So what would you do differently to support our teachers and staff, promoting open dialogue with them and removing their fear of expressing their opinions both professionally and personally if you were superintendent?
What I would like to do, again, more targeted PD, and this is what I mean by that and how it factors into your question, is that I find a lot of times that PD is given to the administrators or certain people to come back and give it to the teachers. I think we need to address the teachers and give that to the teachers at the bottom level, not at the top to work its way down. We need to pull them in, and that way, by bringing them in, and doing any kind of PD or working with them, you're giving them more of a voice than it coming from us saying you got to do this. There are going to be changes. Teachers are wonderful. Most teachers like, yeah, I understand. I got to do this, got to change, and it's not your power or whatever, and we got to do it. And they're adaptable. They will change. But I just would like to have a more open relationship with them where they're the ones trained, not us. And their voices are heard as far as, when they are working on PD and how they go about doing that.
One more thing. The superintendent had a student advisory council. Would you be interested in having maybe a teacher advisory council? And with that being said, I know we have lead teachers, but sometimes those are chosen or appointed as not necessarily maybe volunteers or varied so that different people have different opportunities. What are your thoughts?
And I'll promise y'all that we did not talk because I thought of the same thing. I thought, if we have one for students, why can't I have one for teachers? Look, I get the whole, chain of command, but I do believe that, superintendent and a principal, teachers, I hope, my faculty will tell you that my door's open probably 95% of the time. And if I'm in there, they just barge in and just run in and come into my office. So, there's not much protocol there. But, they come and they'll tell me in hallways, and I think a lot of times in the hallways and just walking around is a lot where you get a lot. And I hope that they do feel that they can be honest with me. As superintendent, you need that. You need that feedback to see how much better we can improve. And, I did, thinking about the interview and all these things going through my head, I thought about, the student council. Then I thought, well, what about teachers? But, to kind of go back and not to be hypocritical, if we're only pulling certain teachers for this panel, you're only addressing a few, and that's just coming from a few. So how do you address and you get to a greater group of teachers than just that few? And that's kind of where I was like, how does that work? And that's probably where I would need more people, within the district and my other administrators to sit, work, and figure out how we can do that.
Thank you for your answer. And if you're superintendent, I would love to meet with you to explore ideas.
Hey.
Thank you, Mrs. Lamy. All right, move on now to gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Hersey, District 12.
Good afternoon, Dr. Drew.
Hey, good morning.
How you doing? Could you please describe the process you would use to develop a district budget? In your description, please include how you would determine funding priorities for the school district.
Can you repeat it again? I'm sorry.
Yes, I can. Could you please describe the process you would use to develop a district budget? In your description, please include how you would determine funding priorities for the school district.
Okay. Again, coming into this, I deal with the school budget, and, I'm learning every day with my bookkeeper, more and more. With the school budget, I would depend on the business affairs department. We have some really great people in there that I trust, and I know from having worked with that, I trust very much with developing a budget. And that would be something that I would need, to sit down and really work with those people, and of course, the board members, working with you. In preparing for this interview, I looked at, the budget and then pulled up the expenditures for the past couple of years, looked deep down into that spreadsheet. It's all public knowledge out there. Anybody can look at it. And, I can't sit in judgment. I don't want to throw anybody in the bus or do anything like that. But, there are certain things on here that, PD, $245,000, travel, $377,000 in travel, which probably is going toward PD. $8 million in vehicle maintenance, which does not count for buying cars. I mean, it's easy for me to say this, and I get the job, and you come back and say, hey, you said that, what are you doing to change that? But anybody can look at this, and, a lot of this indirectly affects students and our school system, but I could say in my own school too, looking at vehicle maintenance and dealing with tractors and all that, having to repair that, it gets expensive. But, where are the priorities here? What are the priorities for our school system? We have to run a great school system, provide facilities, and all that. But are there areas in here where we can look and maybe kind of move some of these around to where we're not spending so much money on in some of these areas? I mean, upkeep of grounds, $185,000. We have beautiful schools. I mean, what is that for central office or for our other areas? Those are things that I don't really know. And so I think we need to look at what is, affecting the kids and helping the kids the most in the budget process. And again, that's going to have to be a collaboration with, the board and then with our business affairs, and then where I see that vision going.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hersey. All right, we now move to a gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Brode, District 13, who happens to be right at your belly button. So just look down at the computer screen.
How you doing?
Hey, good.
First, let me congratulate you on anticipating my question. You spent most of your opening brief detailing how you would improve the school rating for this parish. So, in light of that, your penalty is you get a second question.
Perfect.
Okay, here's my question. As with all members of the school system, but particularly while operating as in an administrative position, it is your responsibility to be good stewards of taxpayers' money. As a superintendent, this is even more imperative. Please cite examples in your past experience as an administrator where you were able to demonstrate good stewardship of taxpayer funding.
First of all, I think the district, I know we have a great bond rating and all that, and that will continue. We need to continue with that. We have great business affairs department. Ms. Prevost and all that does a great job in keeping us on the straight and narrow. I come into high school working with the budget. It has changed a lot since, previous principals and when I was there as an assistant principal, seeing what we can and can't spend money on and all that stuff. And in all honesty, the mindset that has changed for me is, is it for students? Will it go to benefit of students? So what is the purpose of this? You know, there, maybe in the past, there were times we could spend money on certain things that nowadays you can't. And, you know, it's been a big change for me, I know, to kind of see that, you know, this money here is for the students. How does it benefit the students, and what will it do? So I'm hoping, I don't know, I can't give you like a specific example as far as what we did you know, at Covington High, what I've done, but I could just tell you that it has been a mindset and a mind change for me in looking at the money and the budgets and how does that, what we spend it on directly affect the students. All right?
All right, thank you, Mr. Brode, and so there's no secrets. I was conferring with Mrs. Bergeron on lunch, and what, you know, and what time. I want to make sure you get your full time, Dr. DeRoche. All right, we move now to the gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Kuzan, District 14.
Thank you. Dr. DeRoche, I understand, and looking at your
Mr.
qualifications.
Kuzan, is your mic on?
It's on?
Okay.
Maybe if I turn it this way, you hear
Yeah,
me.
that might help.
I appreciate the job that you're doing at Covington High School. There are a lot of good things going over there, and we hear about it here. We just want you to know that. And your skills are great, you know. But what special skills are that you feel? You mentioned that you're the best candidate for this position. What special skills do you have that you feel that make you the best candidate for this position? What skills do you have?
I think I have that drive and that passion for the education for the students. You know, I do have such a special place in my heart for a lot of our special needs students. You know, those students and those underserved students. I really do, you know, see that, and I really do work hard to provide such a great experience for those kids in our school system and in my school. I do feel that, you know, I do have a vision about what I want and what I want us to do, and how to go about that. I think I do have a way of speaking to people and working with people. I do believe that, you know, I don't think I'm unapproachable. I think people can come speak to me. I'll listen to them. You know, it's not always that they're going to get what they want or I'm going to get what I want, but, you know, it's just a matter of listening to people. I do think that I do have great relationships with a lot of my colleagues and working with the colleagues that, you know, I do have those people skills that I can work with people and to work in the community where we work for the common good of the students in this school system.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzan. Last but never least, gentlelady from Slidell, Mrs. Page, District 15.
Thank you, Mr. Nation. Hey, Mr. Darash.
Hello.
Okay, professional reflection is always important. What would be the best metric to evaluate your effectiveness as superintendent after holding the position from 2 to 3 years?
I think I should be held to the same standards that teachers are. I mean, what we hold to the teachers is that they show student growth in their classes with their students. I think I should be held to that same standard that, you know, have we grown? How have we grown as a district? I mean, I know, unfortunately, I mean, you know, talk about weaknesses. Look, I know I'm a curriculum person. You know, that's what I focus on. That's my strength. I do know there's other areas of this, you know, so much more than just that. If I were superintendent, believe me, I would be pushing to move us back up and to try to manage these curriculum issues and to show that student growth that we are moving back to where we can and providing a great education for the students.
Thank you.
I don't, look, I'm just like everybody else. You hold me to the same standards as anybody else.
Appreciate that. Appreciate your transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Page. All right, Dr. DeRoche, you have up to 5 minutes for your closing remarks, if you so choose. And remember, it's close to lunchtime.
Don't worry,
I'm teasing you.
it's very short. No, I just wanted to thank the board members for giving me this opportunity to interview for superintendent. I hope you give me the chance and you consider me for this position for the superintendent. I really appreciate it. You know, I'll have to tell everybody I think I'm a long shot and a dark horse, but you know, just wanted to put my name out there, and I think that I can do a great job for the school system. and provide a service for everybody and to do the best we can for the school system and really move it to the next direction. I think we need to look forward. We need to have some, we always talked about looking forward and being a great system that can look forward, and we need to continue with that and look at that vision and to make some changes. So thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Roche. Thank you for your service as an educator and as one of our the principals of Mandeville, Covington High. There. All right, we stand in recess till 1 p.m. All right, recess until 1 p.m. All right, it's 1 o'clock. I'm going to ask board members to take their seats. Again, welcome. We're back in session. Do want to welcome everybody back, as well as members of the public. If you weren't here, I'll just say this quickly, not to belabor the point, because I do think I see some new faces out there. We will be conducting these last set of interviews. Each candidate will have 5 or so minutes to do opening and closing statements, and then questions from the board, and we're going in district order. And so also remind board members, if your question has been asked, you're not compelled to ask a second question. That's certainly up to you. But my friend Mr. Kuzan reminded me, said, tell them they can pass if they want to. So that's all right. But you don't have to. I'm just saying. All right. So we will now see. We got Doc, you back there? Yes, sir. All right. We're now ready for our first candidate after lunch, which is, I was pulling over, Mrs. Amy Lemaine. So if you'll grab Mrs. Lemaine.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I present to you our Assistant Superintendent, Amy Lemaine.
Thank you, Dr. Tillman. Welcome, Mrs. Lemaine. It's good to see you.
You too.
Say to you what we've said to all the candidates. Process will be, we'll give you opening, closing statements, if you so choose, to use both. You try to keep your comments, those statements, 5 minutes or slightly less. And then we'll open it up to questions from the board. And those questions, the answers to those questions, kind of keep it around the 3-minute mark. Board members may have a follow-up question, and if that follow-up may be 1 or 2 minutes. Sure. And questions have obviously not been shared with you, but we did not know till this morning, what questions we were asking you. So we did not collaborate on the questions. So again, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Right. So in opening, I would like to start out by saying that I know as a school system, as you do, that our product is our students and their successes. And that I would like each of you, if you would, to just take a moment and think about the students, our current students, and the potential of those students in the future, what their future roles might look like. We know that they could be engineers, craftsmen, business owners, public officials, even school board members serving in some of the current districts that you are now serving. Keeping that in mind, as a product of this school system, I hope that you see the potential in me to serve as the superintendent of this school system. So most of you that are on the board know the work that I've done in the past year. And I think that as you review my resume, you'll see that, that work really extends beyond the scope of what you've seen in the past year. That, as supervisors, a lot of the work is the work of the supervisors in the position that I'm in. I share a lot of that, but the real inner workings of the school system takes place with our supervisors, and certainly a lot of that credit goes to them. I've spent 10 years in central office as a supervisor, and so I know what a lot of that work looks like, and have done a lot of that work, not just in curriculum and instruction, but also in human resources as well as the administrative department. So I just wanted to share real quick, and I know that, I do want to be brief because of time, but I wanted to share one example of some of the past work that I have done, just to give you an idea of the scope of work that I am capable of beyond what you've seen. So in 2009, as a supervisor, I was in charge of strategic planning and actually developed the strategic plan that we had at that time. During this period of time, we were affiliated with the Schlechte Center, and we were actually a standard bearer district. And the strategic plan that we had prior to the strategic plan was about 200 pages. And so I wanted us to have something that was more of a working document that all of our employees could use on a daily basis and wasn't something that was so cumbersome. So I took the standards, there were 10 standards with the Schlechte Center that we used, and created a framework. And in the document that I provided with you, actually on page 10, you can see that same framework. And this has really guided a lot of the work that I have done throughout my career since the development of this document. So, and the reason why I think that this is a significant piece of work for me is because after that document was produced, I was actually invited to present at a national conference with Phil Schlechte to share our strategic plan. So the strategic plan basically went from a 200-page document to a 15-page document that became this document that our schools could work with. So if you look on page 10, I wanted to go ahead and start out with just sharing with you what I see as priorities. And the first priority that I see that would be the scope of the work if I were selected as superintendent is to make sure that we build truly strong relationships, not just internally, but also externally. And within our schools as well, those strong working relationships with our schools working with each other. And, communication, to build strong relationships, it's not just about one-way communication with us, sharing what we're doing, but really sitting down and having conversations and having really good, strong two-way conversation and listening and working with others. And I know that with the board and the superintendent, that it's important for a superintendent to have a strong working relationship with each of you because your roles are so very important and that the work you do has an impact on the results of our students. The second priority, not just building strong communication within the leadership team, with the community, and with you, but the second priority would be looking at student learning. And it's important for the people who are doing the work to actually have a voice in what that work looks like. And I think that you have seen from some of the work that I did originally in this position with having the teacher focus groups, that I do believe that it's important for those people who are responsible for the work to have a voice in what it looks like. The next, I'm going to skip to priority four, and then I'll come back to priority 3, is resource allocation. And I think that as a school system, it's our duty to make sure that we are efficient with our resources and that we are effective and that we are getting the results that we intended to get. So my commitment would be to make sure that we are monitoring those things that we are doing to make sure that we are being efficient and that we are getting those intended results. And also, too, with resource allocation, it's not just about acquiring new resources, but it's taking a look at the resources that you have and making decisions based on the needs, and with those needs, reallocating the current resources that we have on hand. And resources, those are not just monetary resources, but they're also, our staffing and the time. How are we spending our time? Then going to the third priority, which I'm going backwards, the last one, is a culture of improvement. And this here is really about vision. And when you talk about vision, Your vision truly, when you think about it, is your legacy and what it is that you want to leave behind. And that means that it has to be something that's sustainable. And you have to do things in a way that it is going to extend beyond your tenure as an employee. So my vision or legacy would be a culture of improvement where we create a structure where there's ongoing collaboration with all of our stakeholders, and that we're providing opportunities for our future leaders to grow, not just our future leaders within the school system, but also our students. And I think that to do that, we really must establish a mindset of innovation. I believe that the future of our school system lies in innovation. And hopefully, if you've had an opportunity to look through my resume, you'll see that, throughout my career, that's something that I have been committed to in the way of grant writing and using resources and providing resources as a principal, and then also beyond, even when I came to central office as a supervisor.
Thank you, Mrs. Lemaine. All right, I begin with the first question, and actually this is reflected in your first priority, it looks like, but I want to dig a little deeper. The public school system, as you know, has strong support from the public. Roughly 80%, and that's not, or so of the school-age children, are in our schools. We have successful bond elections every 5 years or so, as long as we can remember. We have countless stories of families choosing to move here, including my own, just because of the public school system. Why do you think the school system enjoys such popularity and support from the citizenry, and what would you do to maintain it, including any areas of growth that you may see?
Right. I believe that we enjoy strong support from our community because we are the community. Our community has, we have, like you said, over 80%, almost 90% of the students that live within St. Tammany Parish do attend public schools. So with that, when you think about it, we are the community, and we're the largest employer, and we are high performing. We've always prided ourselves on being high performing, as well as I think that's always been an expectation of the community. So I think that our continued pursuit of excellence has certainly, allowed the community to embrace the work that we do. And, I know that there's been a lot of discussion about, our current district performance level, and that we are ranked 18th in the state as far as our district performance score. But, I would like to remind us that, even though we may be 18th with the ACT, which we know that our community does value, we are ranked #1 with our ACT score, and we also outperform the state average as well as the national average with our ACT scores.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick follow-up. Under the leadership of our previous superintendent, we enjoyed a very close working relationship with the business community. And it's my opinion that the continuation of this strong collaborative relationship is a cornerstone, with the business community, is the cornerstone to continued growth and success. Do you agree or disagree with my opinion, and why?
I absolutely agree, and, because it's the work that we do has not only an impact on the students and their success, but also on the community as a whole. The performance of our schools oftentimes affect the real estate property values within those school districts. And I think that, if we are truly about bettering our school system, that, we need buy-in from the community. We need their support. It's about shared beliefs. And the only way that we can really all work together for the betterment of the school system and the community is by making sure that we maintain those strong relationships and continuing to engage in such activities as visiting, our local rotaries and chambers, and making sure that our message is out there and that we do have shared beliefs of, what the outcome should be for our students.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we'll move to our board members, and we'll start over in the east, District 15, gentlelady from Slidell, Mrs. Page.
Professional reflection is always important. I'm sorry, Amy. Professional reflection is always important. What would be the best matrix to evaluate your effectiveness as a superintendent after holding the office for 2 to 3 years?
So the best matrix to evaluate, I think that one of the ways that you could evaluate effectiveness after being superintendent as at the end of a year would be, what are those action items that you set out to achieve in the beginning that you actually did achieve? And making sure to set goals, no different than how I have priorities. I mean, each one of those should be underpinned with goals. And I think that, we should continually, progress monitor along the way and not just at the end, but continuing to look to see that we are progressing to those. And as superintendent, I would want to make sure that I had, a clear action plan of how I was going to achieve those priorities and would assess that at the end.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Page. Now the gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Kuzan, District 14.
Thank you, President. Amy, how you doing today?
Good.
All right. We have a lot of great applicants for this position,
Yes, sir.
and I fear you're one of them. What special skills do you possess that would kind of separate you from the rest of the group?
So a couple of things. I think experience is important, and I think that the experience that I've had with the various departments within the school system, I've worked my way up from being a classroom teacher to, administrator, and then here at central office. And, I feel that I was blessed to have the opportunity to spend 3 or 4 years in each different department, administration, human resources, and also in curriculum and instruction. So I think that the experiences that I have with those various departments and being integral to the work that goes on is a huge asset for, me and the school system. And also, too, another strength that I think that I bring to the table is that I work well with others. I'm about team. I'm not the kind of person who thinks that I'm always right, that I want to listen to others and make sure that I get input and then make the best decision possible, and always keeping in mind that it's about doing what's right. And, and doing what's right is not always what's the easiest. And, just that I have the fortitude to make those hard decisions and do the hard work, and that I'm committed to the school system.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzan. Next up is a gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Bro, District 13, and he's right there in front of you on the podium. So,
Hey, Mr. Bro.
How you doing?
Good.
Listen, you kind of touched upon performance scores, and that's pretty much what my question is. So let me read you the question. In recent years, Tammany Parish's performance scores have dropped in comparison to peer parishes such as Ascension, Lafourche, and St. Charles. In light of this, what, if any, details can you share on a plan to bring St. Tammany school system back into a leadership position in performance scores and statewide ranking?
Absolutely. So when it comes to if you're speaking specifically about performance scores, I'll go into that in just a second, but I do want to say that as a school system, we are certainly about more than test scores, and that, productive members of society is not just, it's not just about how a student may perform on a test. However, we are always striving for excellence, and we want to make sure that we are doing the absolute very best for our students that we possibly can. Our ACT, as I mentioned, we are still ranked first in the state with our ACT scores. However, if you'll recall, this past year, we went through a math curriculum adoption to make sure, and we adopted curriculum that we knew would be better aligned to the assessments that are given at the end of the school year. Math was an area that we really needed to focus on, where we would have the biggest opportunity for growth. based on the data. So starting with math and knowing that now we have curriculum in place that is aligned to the assessments that are being given, I would think that at the end of this year, that we would start seeing the results and start moving up. And then the next step would be to also start looking at the English curriculum to make sure that the curriculum that we have in place is tightly aligned. Because if you want scores to improve, it's important that, the curriculum is aligned to the assessment that's being given, and that, that's what our teachers are implementing in the classrooms.
Is that it, Mr. Broad? Is he okay? All right, very good.
think so.
All right, thank you, Mr. Broad. We'll now move to the gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Hersey, District 12.
Good evening, Mrs. Wayne. Could you please describe the process you would use to develop a district budget? In your description, please include how you would determine funding priorities for the school district.
Okay, so with the district budget, we have several funding sources. We have our local dollars, and we have state dollars, and we also have federal dollars. About 49% of our budget comes from our local tax base and our millages that are passed, and then 50% comes from state funding, and that's in the way of our MFP. And then we have less than 1% that's federal funding. So with developing a budget, I think it's important for us to recognize that about 90% of our budget goes to salaries. So, you always have to be super mindful of what that staffing looks like, and making sure that we're living within the budget that we have. And then too, it's not just about those funding sources that we have on hand, and as I said earlier, making sure that we are efficient in the work that we do. And then also taking the opportunity to seek other additional funding sources in the way of grants that we can promote some innovation. But, when you look at the different areas, we have our construction budgets that, we have to manage. We have our instructional budgets. For example, with the curriculum and instruction budget, our textbook budget runs a little over $4 million. And one of the things, we just have to be very strategic in the way that we approach each and every one of these budgets, because, with textbook adoptions as an example, textbook adoptions typically cycle every 7 years. Well, with the new adoptions that are out now, those materials are consumable, and we're having to purchase, now they're a little bit, less costly, but every year. So you have to make sure that you're managing those annual expenses with what are recurring long-term expenses. So, certainly lots of different variables that go into play, but the employee piece, the salaries, is probably the biggest factor that we have to make sure that we keep an eye on.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Hersey. We'll move now to the gentlelady from Slidell, Mrs. Lamy, District 11, but Mrs. Lamy had to leave this afternoon, so Mr. Winkler is going to read her questions. These are her questions, so.
Okay, Amy. In our parish, many teachers and administrators are fearful to speak up with information and opinions. They feel they don't have a voice. Would you be, what would you do differently to support teachers and staff, encourage open dialogue without fear, and truly give them a voice? Would you consider, well, go ahead and answer that, and then she's going to follow up.
All right. So with people having a voice, I think that is of the utmost importance. And I think that I'm very approachable, and I've always, tried to communicate that. Last summer, or not this past summer, but the summer before, with coming on board with the curriculum adoption and us needing to move forward with adopting math curriculum, I felt like it was important for us to make sure that we were hearing from the teachers. And, if you want to have open and honest conversation, you have to make sure that there's protection from adverse consequences. And you have to set those standards at the beginning of the conversation, and make people feel safe that it is okay to engage and be open and honest, because the only way that we're going to be able to move forward is if we get open and honest feedback. And so, and then two, if you're looking at implementing something, the people who have to actually implement whatever it is that we're wanting to do, they have to buy in. So, they have to feel like they have a voice. So as far as anyone being afraid to reach out or, open up to me, I think that if you asked anyone who's ever worked with me in the past, they would tell you that there is never a fear of adverse consequences for sharing any honest feedback with me. So I think that that I have a reputation that people can share and do share.
And with that, would you consider
Mr. Winkler, your mic, sorry.
would you consider a teacher advisory group similar to what Trey had with the student advisory group, and have a teacher advisory group with rotating members?
Absolutely, absolutely. Focus groups are a definite benefit, and that would be something that I would welcome. And, and sometimes even having mixed groups where you have representation from different stakeholder groups, whether it be the community, parents, students, teachers. Sometimes those are very healthy conversations as well.
Thank you, Amy. That's all she has.
All right,
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Winkler, for doing that. We'll move on now to the west side of the parish, begin with District 10, the gentleman from Mandeville, Mr. Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Nation. Hello, Amy.
Hi.
You were here Thursday night.
Yes, sir.
You heard our resolution that we passed. I want your thoughts on identifying and then actually addressing it. Relatively speaking, the identifying is going to be the easier part. How do you make what we find the reality, the corrections, the improvements that we need?
Right. So anytime that's basically, that's no different than the work that we do all the time. I mean, when you think about it, I think that the biggest issue is that you have to be, have an open mind and go in and look for those things through a critical lens, and not only look through the lens of us as a school system, but through the lens of the community, and being able to put yourself in the place of someone else. But taking a look and making sure that it's data-driven and look at what the numbers say, and not trying to read into the numbers what you want to see, one way or the other, and then taking very deliberate strategic action. And I think, too, that what's important is that, sometimes people forget when something is data-driven, that it's not just about data on the front end, it's about implementation and looking at what the data tells you on the tail end too, and making sure that you're doing those progress checks along the way. So, but going in and setting goals based on a needs assessment and sticking to those, and then at the end, making sure that we are evaluating to make sure that, we're getting that return on our investment, that investment meaning our time, and ensuring that we are absolutely doing the very best for our students.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt. Now the gentlelady from Madisonville, Mrs. Drucker, District 9.
Hi, Amy.
Hi.
First of all, I want to commend you on all the hard work that you've done for our parish and for our school system. So thank you. With all the challenges that we've had this year, I know you've put a lot of time. My question to you is, with St. Tammany Parish, we've got a wonderful reputation for academic excellence. Obviously, that is visible with our ACT scores, but also we're getting a lot of growth with home sales here and busting out the seams here with our school system. With your experience in strategic planning for our school district, I'd like for you to address the growth and capacity of where we're going to go with our school system.
Okay, so what comes to my mind, and I'm not sure exactly because that's kind of open, but I think that it's important for us to really look at how our district is growing, our parish rather, with population, and to have a population study that we look beyond the scope of just a few years, maybe something more along the lines of 10 years, because, the last thing we want to do is build a school And before we even open the doors, we've outgrown that school. So, I think that some longer range planning would benefit us as a school system. So, that once we do build new schools, that it would sustain that area for a time and take into account any future growth.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Drucker. Now, the gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Winkler, District 8.
Okay, Amy, this is fine. We know, well, there seems to be a shortage of teachers, and not only that, but how do we recruit teachers, or how would you recruit teachers and get the best teachers? And then how do you get the best teachers to the schools where they're needed the most?
Okay, so I believe that the way that we recruit teachers is recruiting right here at home, that we start with our kids who are in school and having a strong program that promotes education as a profession and encouraging them or enticing them into that profession. This is our best resource. And if we want to, because those are the people that when they come back, they stay. They're not, someone who, and certainly we want to make sure that that we're offering the highest quality of teachers that we possibly can. But the teachers that we see that stay with us, how many times do you go out into a school and you'll hear from a teacher, yeah, I went to school here, I grew up here. So I think that that's one source. And then certainly we do need to recruit outside because, it's not just about us, as a district and not expanding, that it's good for us to go out and seek teachers from other areas as well and get them in and, see if we can encourage them to stay. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. Now, the gentlelady from Lacombe, Mrs. Richardson, District 7.
Good afternoon, Amy. Good to have you here. I have certainly enjoyed looking at your resume. It's impressive the different roles you've played. I've also enjoyed watching you grow into this position you've taken a little over a year ago. So with that said, as a leader, you're going to have the opportunity today to just showcase all the many accomplishments you've had. But we know that good leaders also have this quality of humility that where they can step back and say, hey, this is one area I need to grow in. Would you mind sharing with the board just one area where you feel this is my area I need to spend more time on growth and development?
Right. And I think that there's always opportunity for growth. And I think that one area that I would like to grow in would be the relationship with the board. In the current position that I'm in, it's not that direct interaction with the board. And I think that developing relationships and having real two-way conversations, hearing what's important from board members, and, because as a superintendent, you can have all of the qualifications that you need. You can be the most qualified person, but unless you have the support of the board, you're not going to be as effective as you should. So I think that a top priority and an opportunity for professional growth would be developing those relationships with the board and making sure that to understand the position that the board takes as individuals and collectively as a whole.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Richardson. Now, gentleman from Abita Springs, Mr. Harrell, District 5.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lemay.
Hi.
As the role of superintendent, communication is very important. Please briefly describe how you plan to effectively communicate with the board, assistant superintendents, central office staff, principals, teachers, employees, and parents.
Right. So I think that it's important to have a systematic approach, and, with the board, it would be, I think that also, too, that there are different layers of communication. You have those formal and informal. So formal communications would be in the way of weekly updates of things that are going on. Informal would be that I would be accessible and, for anyone to reach out to at any time and making sure that I'm responsive. But being transparent and making sure that you're receiving timely updates and, because as board members, you answer to the public, and I think that you should be aware as things come up so that, you are prepared when someone reaches out to you with the information that you need. As far as internally with staff, I would think that, certainly there would be regular meetings, and I believe in getting input and collaborating and working together for a common goal. So there would certainly be regular staff meetings. And then as far as, with the community and the parents, making sure that there's regular ongoing communication. Another thing too is that, different generations, different groups of people communicate differently. So making sure that we were getting our message out in different modes, not just, written, but also in the way of social media, and just making sure that we're doing a really good job all the way around of communicating in as many ways as possible and as frequently as possible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Now, gentleman from Folsom, Mr. Loop, District 4.
Good afternoon,
Hi.
Good afternoon, Amy. Would you describe yourself as a hands-on administrative leader or a delegator? Explain which one that you might be.
Okay, so as I've evolved in my career, I am very much hands-on, and hands-on initially, and then release that responsibility, because before I can delegate the work, I feel like I have to know the work. And then two, another thing is, as educators, we are, and I know that you've probably heard this from others, we are famous for wanting to take ownership of all of the work. And the thing that I've learned, and not, it hasn't been that long ago that I've learned, but over the last, I would say, year, probably, maybe a little bit longer, is that when you take on all of the work and you do the work yourself, that you're not providing others with the opportunity to grow professionally. So if you truly want to grow those people around you into being effective leaders, that you have to give them the opportunity to do the work as well. So, in the past, I would say that I was the one was much more hands-on, wanting to do it all myself, but have resisted more of recent, because I understand the importance of being able to give those the opportunity to have those same experiences that I've had. When you do the work, you are the one who is gaining the experience and the knowledge. And so once you've had that experience, I think it's our duty to make sure that we're providing those that come behind us with those same experiences to develop the next crop of leaders.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. All right, now the gentleman who survived Covington High, the gentleman from Covington, Mr. Dermott, District 3.
Mr. Nation, I appreciate that. I did survive that fire at the old high school. Of course, it was my senior year, so I graduated. So anyway, Amy, thank you so much for applying and also for what you do on a daily basis for this school district and for this board and this community. We appreciate your efforts. You're a hard worker, and you're from Folsom and probably went to Covington High.
There you go.
There you go. See there? Michael?
All right.
Okay, here's my question. What do you think the current public opinion of our school system is right now? And if negative or not as positive, what can or would you do to correct or improve that perception?
I think that the public perception of our school system is positive. And I think that there's always room for improvement. And I think that if we are satisfied with where we are now, then we're not doing our best. I think that we should always strive to do more, to be better. But I do believe that our community, that we do enjoy that the confidence that our community has in the job that we do. And I don't think that that has wavered. I think, though, that they do expect us to continue to improve and do better. You know, because if you're satisfied with where you are and you think that you can just keep doing the same thing, then you're going to keep getting the same results. And, you know, I think that there's a danger to complacency. But we are a very good school system. We are very well respected throughout the state. But I think that we can do better.
Thank you, Mr. Derman. Now, the gentlelady from Covington, Mrs. Heinz, District 2.
I was wondering if you were going to call me young. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mrs. Heinz.
Amy, or Ms. Lemaine, before I begin, I'd like to thank you for the job that you and your staff have done over the last couple of months particularly, and I hope you'll take that back and tell everyone
Absolutely.
how much, you know, it's been hard work, and I appreciate that. Today, I think the board has done a great job on asking questions from different areas. They've talked about the mission statement and the vision. They've talked about system management, community relations, school improvement, and then asked questions about personal qualities. My question is on the subject of school board governance.
Mm-hmm.
And you've touched a little bit on it, but the question is, please share with us the role you play as superintendent in development, maintenance, communication, and implementation of school board policies.
Okay, so it's with, as superintendent, it's the superintendent's job to make sure that that the policies set forth by the board are executed. And it's the superintendent's responsibility to also bring matters to the board for them to make those decisions. And a lot of times that could be through the way of legislation. We know all the time our legislators are passing things that require action from us, board policy. And so it would be the superintendent's responsibility to make sure that he or she was keeping up with that and bringing those matters before you. And then, you know, of course, it's the board's responsibility to decide on those policies. So the board basically sets the policy, but it's the superintendent's responsibility to make sure that those policies are implemented as set by the board.
Thank you. And a quick follow-up. The board makes a decision that you disagree with. How would you handle that disagreement?
So again, it's the board sets the policy, and as the superintendent, it's the superintendent's responsibility to implement that as set. I mean, that's why our system works. We're not always going to agree on everything, but collectively, we are here to do what's best for the school system and our students. And so, disagree or not, that, you know, if that's the wishes of the board, then I'm going to be on that team, and that's, you know, that's what's going to be done. That's what's going to be carried out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Heinz. And last but never least, go Skippers, the gentleman from Mandeville, Mr. Green, District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Nations. Thank you, Ms. Lemaine. You've had a front row seat for the challenges our district's faced with our old state superintendent, Bessie, Louisiana Department of Education. In light of the challenges around curriculum, teacher evaluations, standardized tests, what is your vision going forward for St. Tammany in light of those directives and mandates? And then part B of that is, how will you specifically be an advocate and a voice for St. Tammany Parish in front of Bessie and in front of the Louisiana Department of Education?
So with us now having a new state superintendent, I mean, certainly I'm hopeful that we will see some things start to change. I do believe that it's important for us locally to have more of a voice in what goes on, because, you know, we're answering to a community, and our community has certain expectations, and, you know, we always want to live up to what our community expects, and also too, you know, different areas have different needs. And so when it comes to curriculum and instruction, with the last administration at the state level, we know that a lot of that came down as Tier 1 and Common Core. And just to give a little history on that, when you look at the way that things have evolved, back in 2002, I believe it was No Child Left Behind that was passed, and then that became that generation of testing and making sure that students could at least score at a basic level before, moving on. But it really put a basic ceiling on the expectations for curriculum and instruction for our country as a whole, and knowing our past administration, what that looked like for us. But I think that it's time for us as a school system to break that basic ceiling and make sure that we begin to focus on innovation. And as far as the role that I would see that I would play in making changes for our school system, I do believe in advocating for teachers and us as a district in making sure that we do have the opportunity to have local influence. And when you look at teacher evaluation, our teachers really are the ones who are under fire with this, because they have to meet those expectations, and it's the student results that they're evaluated by. And even now, you look at the time that we're in with being in hybrid learning or distance learning, and and then with the social distancing in the classrooms and students wearing masks, and you think about the teacher evaluation system, there are some things that we're going to have to take a look at, because teachers, looking at the rubric that teachers are being evaluated with, there is no way that they can do some of the things that the rubric is going to require. So someone is going to have to speak up and advocate for them and say, we need to take a look at what we're expecting, and that would be at the state level. But I think, too, the other piece to that, it's not just what LDOE or what Bessie is putting in place, that we need to make sure that we're also reaching out to our legislators, and if things need to be changed, that they're changed legislatively, because a lot of times that's how these mandates come down. They pass, it's in, the revised statute, and so it becomes law. So then Bessie rolls it forward to us, and, so if we really want to make true change with some of the things that you mentioned, that, it's going to have to start there as well. And I will tell you that I am committed. I do not have a problem with speaking up and voicing my opinion when I think that things need to change and things maybe aren't quite as fair. One example of that, just so you know that I'm not just saying that I truly, will do the work that needs to be done. When we were looking at the state, for student teachers, you have a supervisor of student teaching, and they had a certification for that. There was a course that teachers had to take. Well, then the last administration at the State Department decided, well, no, you don't have to have that anymore. Anyone who's just certified in that area can host a student teacher in their classroom. Well, then a couple of years ago, the rules of the game changed, and now you have to have a mentor teacher certification. And remember, we had to pay vendors for that. To get our teachers certified to be a mentor to host. And then, so with that, the supervisor of student teaching, the course that teachers took and that certification that they had, well, that was no longer going to count. So too bad, if you didn't qualify under our new system, you can no longer host student teachers. And in my opinion, that was very unfair, because you're telling a teacher who's been teaching 20, 25 years, good teachers who've always hosted student teachers, that the certification that you have is no longer any good, because we did away with that, but now we put something else in place, and you're going to have to follow the new system. So if you want to host a student teacher, you have to get this new certification. And actually, I spoke up at one of our conferences, a personnel conference where DOE was there, and said basically what I said: wait a minute, we're constantly taking away from our teachers and demeaning, their position, saying what you're doing is not good enough, and now here's a set of new rules. So actually, by me speaking up, they changed and they grandfathered in those teachers that had that older certification so that they could host student teachers up until 2023.
Thank you, Mrs. Lemaine. We are now at the conclusion of board questions. You have up to 5 minutes, if you so choose, for closing arguments, closing statement.
Okay, so, you know, this amount of time certainly is not enough to go into the level of detail of all of the work that I've done throughout my career. And I certainly hope that you have gone through my resume and understand the level of the work. Because, I mean, I know it's hard for me to appropriately express, you know, all of those different experiences, and we would be here for a really long time. But, and I know that you as board members have a tremendous responsibility to our school system and to our community. I want you to know that I do understand the importance of having a strong working relationship between the board and the superintendent, and that would be something that I am 100% committed to. That I believe in being transparent and that communication should be frequent and it should be two-way, not just me talking to you, but you talking to me and me listening. That, you know, even the best qualified superintendent, and I've said it before, cannot be successful without the support of the board. And the work that you do as a board has a direct impact on our students within our school system. There are 3 things that I want you to know about me because I think that this is important, aside from the experiences that I've had. I know that our community has high expectations, and I want you to know that I have high expectations for our school system as well, and I'm committed to excellence for our school system. The second thing is that doing what's right is not always easy, and I do not have a problem with doing those things that are not easy. That I will always make decisions that I feel like are best for our school system and best for our students. Then the third thing that I want you to know about me is that I can be trusted, that I'm very honest and transparent. And so in closing, I just want to share, just to give you a little insight. As a human resources supervisor, I had the pleasure of doing the onboarding for our new teachers. And one of the things that I told new teachers, every group that I met with, was that your role as a teacher comes with that trust. Your principal trusts you automatically because of your role as a teacher. Your parents are going to trust you. Your students are going to trust you. And it's your duty as a teacher to not do anything to compromise the trust that the principal and the students and the parents have in you. And I just want you to know that if I'm given the opportunity to serve as superintendent, that I understand with this position comes a certain amount of trust. And if I had this opportunity, that I would not do anything to compromise the trust that you would have in me.
Thank you, Mrs. Lemaine. We appreciate your service, not only as an educator, but also in your current role as Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, is Dr. Tillman still with us? Yep. All right, yeah, we're ready for the next person. I think we need to keep moving on, and if anybody needs to go to the restroom, needs a break, they can do that. But let's go ahead and bring Dr. Robinson in.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I present to you Dr. Corwin Robinson, Principal of Project Believe.
All right, and Dr. Tillman, this is your last introduction, right? Thank you so much for your time today. All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Robinson.
Hey, good evening. How are y'all doing?
All right, you can take your mask off if you like. There we go. Very good. Well, Dr. Robinson, we're basically saying the same thing to all our candidates. We'll give you 5 minutes opening, a little less if you want to take that, and 5-minute closing. Again, same thing. Board members will ask a question. We're asking you to keep your answers around 3 minutes, and then some board members may have a follow-up. We've not collaborated on these questions. We're asking the same questions to every person. The only exception, if somebody asks a question that's already been asked, we may have a different question, but all the same questions are getting asked.
Okay, thank
All
you
right.
very much. I have one question, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
I bought a small presentation. What, am I allowed to do that? Is that
Well,
outside?
you certainly would have been. We could have made that happen, but
Well, that's fine.
unfortunately, I tell you what you can do is, what I would suggest, can you make copies of that presentation? And
I bought one for each board member to follow along with.
there you go.
Just be flexible and we'll move on.
Awesome. Mr. Broad is joining us by video conference. He's right there in front of you on the podium, so we'll wait till
Hey,
these.
sir, how you doing?
All right, we'll wait till these get passed out, and then we'll
Okay.
let you begin. Oh, thank you. All right. Again, welcome, Dr. Robinson.
Okay.
We look forward to your opening statement.
Thank you very, very much. What I'd like to do, Board, is I prepared an opening statement. I'm going to read my opening statement, and then that presentation that you have there, I had planned upon doing a video with that, but that is fine. I'm going to read my opening statement, and then we can, proceed from there. So this is my opening statement. Thank you, board members, for giving me the opportunity to interview for the superintendent of St. Tammany Parish Public Schools. The school system is an outstanding one that is very highly regarded. The board is widely regarded and recognized as a professional board that conducts business in a professional and efficient manner. The teachers and system employees are second to none. The community as a whole has a tremendous amount of interest and support for the school system. Yes, this school system is one that is very distinguished and is poised under the right leadership to take an even higher place of distinction. I feel that I can be that person to help us to get there. My high personal traits and values of professionalism, honesty, integrity, character, self-discipline, ethical behavior, and high sense of morality are leadership traits and characteristics that make me an ideal fit for this position. My purpose in life has always been to serve. I served in the military for 32 years as a brigade commander. I achieved the rank of colonel. And for those who may not be familiar with the military, having achieved the rank of colonel, the Army sees that as being almost like a partner in a firm, like a partner making partner in a law firm, partner in an engineering or architectural firm. It is a real good note of distinction there and an honor. I led and commanded in 2 theaters of war, having managed more than $2.5 billion in engineer reconstruction projects. As an educator, I feel I have a special gift for working with others as we plan and implement quality educational programs to serve students. I come from a family of educators, to include my mother, my aunts, uncles, siblings, and other relatives. From all of this, I hope that you can see that this is not just a job, but my calling. My career in education and in the military has been very rewarding and filled with satisfaction and accomplishment. I held 2 key positions in 2 districts that had more than 80,000 students. That's Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools and New Orleans Public Schools. As the superintendent of schools in Tennessee, my system reached academic and accountability achievements that it had never reached before, earning marks of meets or exceeds standards in every school accountability measure. As a classroom teacher, I was widely recognized as a subject matter expert in special education and instructional strategies. In each of my central office positions, my team and I provided the support and direction that the schools needed and requested, which helped the school districts accomplish their missions and provided a quality education for students. Yes, we can take this district to even higher levels by improving on processes, approaches, and strategies, as well as by galvanizing all stakeholders in the educational process. We must evaluate and assess ways to take the next step, which include school academic performance, parental and community participation, stakeholder participation and partnerships, and overall school and district culture and climate. Employees must be valued and participate in every step in this process as we lead the district to even higher levels. We all have to recognize that these are unique and challenging times due to COVID-19. We have to meet this challenge by rising above the situation and provide a very safe and high-quality education and work environment. That concludes my opening statement.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Would you like to go through your presentation?
Yes, sir. Can
All
I go
right.
through it? Okay. Everybody, you can see my my cover, which introduces myself again. If you please will go to the next page, and it asks you, who am I? This is who I am. I'm a father. I'm the father of Bria, Brandon, and Grant. Brandon graduated from the University of Tennessee at Knoxville, and he's now a business owner in Houston, Texas. He's 26 years old. My daughter, Bria, who is 22 years old, is a senior at the University of West Georgia. She'll be graduating in December, and on from there, she'll be going to medical school. And my youngest, my 21-year-old, who takes care of me every day when I get home, is a student at Southeastern Louisiana University. His name is Grant. That's who I am. I'm a father. Also, I'm a retired Army colonel. I talked about this a little earlier, but it was a tremendous accomplishment and a personal honor and an amount of pride for me that I was able to have served in the Army for 32 years. I was brigade commander, was an engineer, and General Van Antwerp and General Petraeus, who probably everyone here knows, he said, well, my Corps of Engineers, and I was an engineer, that's the largest engineer firm in the world because we went around and we built things all over the world. And this was a great deal of personal pride for me and something that I cherish. And I talk to students and other professionals and teachers about it all of the time. I'm a veteran educator. I've been a classroom teacher. I've been an assistant principal, central office administrator, superintendent of schools. So I've worked at every level in school districts, and I've achieved a lot of successes in school districts, but I haven't done it alone. I've done it by working with others, and having had great teams and great people around me. So I've been fortunate in that aspect, both in schools and in the military. The next page. These are some of my personal qualities and traits, and these are personal qualities and traits that you see here that a great superintendent must have, I feel. A superintendent has to be a visionary. The district has to have a vision. It's, where do we want to go from here? What do we want to be 6 months from now? What do we want to be a year from now? What would our schools look like? Do we want to embrace equity? Do we want to be the #1 district in the state? Do we want to be recognized for our school system in the southeastern region? You know, what's our vision? Where do we want to go? Where do we want to be? You know, let's embrace it. Let's figure out what it is. Let's have a vision, and let's start working towards it. How will we incorporate technology? Because technology is changing. When I was an engineer with the military, they told me that technology changed completely every 6 months. The pace has picked up. I got out in 2014, so I think the pace of technology has picked up probably exponentially. It turns over probably now. Wouldn't be surprised if it's every 3 or 4 months or so. So we're dealing with some pretty unique and some pretty good high-speed technologies now. But can you imagine what it's going to be like 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, even 10 years from now? So what's our vision? How are we going to embrace this? How are we going to plan and deal for the changes in technology? And what about new and best approaches, new and best strategies, new and best ideas? Instructional strategies, different approaches and techniques. They're changing all of the time. So what's our vision for implementing these and for planning and utilizing these strategies, approaches, and techniques to help our school system to reach the heights and the levels that we want it to reach? A school superintendent must be highly skilled. And if you're going to say, well, Dr. Robinson, how do you figure that you are highly skilled? I can say I have some evidence that probably supports that, and that I received recognition and praises for helping Douglas High School out of corrective action, and from an underperforming school to a school that was performing. Also, I retooled the discipline and special education processes for Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools, and I was given credit for having been one of the key persons that helped us to improve the culture and the climate there in Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools.
Dr. Robinson, I'm going to interrupt just a second. Given the, in the interest of time, and I know we've got board member questions. If you want to cover these when the board member questions are asked, and then you've got a time at the closing as well. So that you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I just want, you certainly can do the slides, but I think if we go through each slide now that I'm seeing how in-depth you are with it, we might be here a little bit longer.
And I definitely don't want that.
And I can sit here and listen to y'all after me.
I can when y'all give me the closing, I can hit some of those.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. All right, I'm going to ask you the first question, and you've already covered it. I mean, you've covered the premise at least of the support from the public in St. Tammany Parish for a school system.
Yes, sir.
We've got 80 and 90% of, as we heard earlier, of school-age children in our classrooms. We've got successful bond elections every 5 years or so, as long as we can remember. Countless stories of families choosing to move here because of the public school system, including mine. Why does this school system enjoy such popularity and support from our citizens, and what would you do to maintain the support of the public, including any areas of growth if you see them?
Okay. I think the first thing we need to do is we need to continue any collaborations and partnerships that we've already established. I think those are working very, very well for the school district. And we need to remember that this is a great school system, no doubt. This is a great school system, but we are rated right now as a B school district. And we need to take steps and measures to get back up to an A school district. I think that because of the community, because of the school system, and because of the respect and the fame that the school system has in this general area, is why it's very, very highly regarded and well regarded. We need to make certain that we maintain those partnerships, look for even better partnerships and ways to collaborate. There's North Shore Technical Community College here in St. Tammany Parish that's doing a good job now, but there are additional ways we can tap into that. There are some universities that we're already working with. We need to look for deeper and better and more and richer and thicker ways in engaging those universities. So we have hit a very high mark here, but there's an even higher level and higher mark that we can do. And if we hit those higher levels and higher marks, then people will continue to have a lot of confidence in our public school system, and people will continue to want to move to St. Tammany Parish so they can have their children educated here.
Thank you. I've got just one quick follow-up. Under the leadership of our previous superintendent, the system enjoyed a very tight, close working relationship with the business community.
Absolutely.
And in my opinion, the continuation of this strong collaborative relationship with the business community is the cornerstone to continued growth and success. And it's, my opinion, so I'm going to just ask you, do you agree with me or you disagree with me, and tell me why?
Sir, I agree with you, not only 100%, but 200%. And if y'all go through my slides in another couple of pages, I allude to the idea that it is monumental importance to maintain and to establish and to foster a great, healthy relationship with the business community.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all from me. Now we'll turn it over to board members, and we are going by district. So we're going to start, we've been rotating back and forth, so we're going to start with District 1. Gentleman from Mandeville, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Thank you for being here this afternoon.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
The argument could probably be made that our district has dropped in rankings because we've had a sort of misalignment, if you will, between Bessie directives and mandates from the Board of Elementary Secondary Education and the Department of Education of Louisiana. What is your vision for St. Tammany in light of the challenges and mandates from these groups, including standardized testing, teacher evaluations, and curriculum? And then specifically, how will you advocate for St. Tammany Parish with Bessie and with Louisiana Department of Education?
Thank you for asking me that question. And that's one of the ways that I was able to achieve success when I was superintendent in Tennessee. I established a very, very good, I opened the dialogue of two-way communication with the State Department of Education and with the board that oversees public schools there. And I think the way to advocate is for me to really have a good professional working relationship with the superintendent of education, and then also get to know those assistant and under superintendents that in their particular areas that they oversee. I need to get to know who the curriculum and instruction assistant state superintendent is. I need to get to know and have a relationship with that person that handles communications or logistics or handle financials and the budget. So if I can establish a good, solid relationship with them, and I think I can work it, and I know I can do it because I've done it before, then I think I can advocate and I can get them to listen to me, I can listen to them, and if there's like a gap in communication and understanding, we can get that all worked out. And if you disagree with something you think is unfair, if you can show good evidence-based reasons as to why this is unfair or why this shouldn't be expected of us, well, we can sit down and have a conversation, and then, the smarter minds and the cooler minds and cooler heads can prevail. And that has always worked for me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Green. Now the gentlelady from Covington, Mrs. Heinz, District 2.
Good afternoon, Dr. Robinson.
Hello.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your service to our country.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. And I'd like also to say that I've heard so many good things about Project Believe, and one of the best things I've heard about it is such a positive program.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we owe a lot of that to your leadership, and thank you so much for that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Today, you're going to hear a lot of questions from different areas that we hold our superintendent to, and some of them are about our mission and our vision, our system management, our community relations we have, our school improvement plans, and then some personal qualities. But my question is specifically about school board governance. And that question is, please share with us the role you will play as superintendent in development, maintenance, communication, and implementation of school board policies.
I'm glad you asked me that. If everybody will pull out the last sheet of your packets, I talked about this in research, and I talked about it, and this worked well for me. It's a strategic model and a research-based model for how that's been effective around the country for how successful school superintendents and professional and successful boards have worked together. And how, ma'am, I think this is what would govern, if I'm fortunate enough to be selected, this would govern my relationships with the board. And I would hope that we can come into an agreement. And what has to happen is there has to be, if you look at the left side of this continuum, There has to be a positive production relationship, and on the left side it says ease and frequency of communication with the superintendent. I have to always, no matter what, no matter if I think it's something positive or something negative or in between, I have to communicate. I gotta pick up the phone and call, I gotta answer the phone. I have to respond to emails expeditiously, and I gotta meet and talk, okay? So that has to be number one, because if you can talk and you can communicate, you can solve a whole wealth of problems, okay? And then I think being responsive to board members. You gotta be responsive to all 15, all of the time. You gotta respond to them, because ignoring a problem doesn't make it go away, that might make it grow. So you gotta be responsible, and it's a professional thing to do, and the ethical thing to do too, also. So equality of treatment of board members. I live in Slidell and my school, so I can't be partial to the board members that represent those districts there. We're one school system, one board, one superintendent. We're all one. So we have to be professional, responsive, and we got to work hard together.
Just a quick follow-up. Let's say the board has made a decision and you disagree with that decision. How would you handle that disagreement?
Well, got to be professional about it, and no matter what I think about it, if the board has made a lawful legal decision, you know, got to be positive about it. We got to implement. We got to get it done. There's no two ways about it. The board is a legal entity that is charged with running school districts. The superintendent is the CEO. You know, there's a board and there's a CEO, and everybody else works for the superintendent. But they're going to be positive and responsive and get things done if I'm positive, responsive, and keep any unprofessionalism out of it and the personal feelings out of it. We got to always do what's best for children. And so I trust that that's what this board is going to do. I should trust that that's what most any board is going to do. So you won't ever hear anything from me other than what's positive, what we got to do, what's best for children. And sometimes there could be disagreements, but once the board has said it, and it's a legal policy and a legal process now, hey, that's what we got to do until I can collect evidence, whatever, bring it back before you and say, hey, you know, would you, you know, rightfully consider changing it, whatever. But, and that's one of those good things. I think I learned that probably from the military, but, you know, you follow orders, you follow, you know, directives.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hines. Next up is the gentleman from Covington, Mr. Derman from District 3.
Thank you.
Over there.
Dr. Robertson, I echo Ms. Hines' thoughts and sentiments to you as far as in serving our country, and
Yes,
also
sir.
the job you've been doing for our school system. What we hear coming out of your program is just fantastic.
Yes, sir.
For
Thank
us
you.
and for the children that attended, and so we appreciate that very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The question that I have is, what do you think the current public opinion is of our school system? And if negative or not as positive, what can you do or would do to correct or improve this perception?
I don't, to be quite honest with you, it's high, but I don't think it's at the all-time high. I think there probably was a point in time that it was at an all-time high, but because of COVID-19 and some other one or two things that have happened, everybody has a different opinion about something like COVID-19. You know, the medical doctors, Center for Disease Control, you know, other different leaders have told us different things. So from that standpoint, you may get some mixed reactions and mixed opinions, which cause the people to turn and maybe think just a little differently of the school district. But I think the school district is doing a masterful job with it. I really, really do. But what we have to do to get people to change and put us back at that all-time high is we need to educate them. We need to let them know what the steps we're taking. We need to listen to them, and and the things, and they may have some good ideas we need to consider. We need to listen to that. If you look at another page of my handout, I have focus groups. And I have a slide that talks about focus groups and advisory groups. The difference between a focus group and advisory group is, in a focus group, that's where you get to hear people's opinions. You get to hear how they feel about things, how they think about things. Now, an advisory group, you know, you come out with, that gives you a recommendation, but a focus, if you look at probably the sixth page of the handout, you see focus groups. So one of those keys, Dearman, is to hold focus groups to see what people's sincere and genuine concerns are, what their issues are, and what their interests are. And then if you can allow some of those concerns and interests, or maybe implement some additional practices and procedures and policies to help them to feel better about it. But the school system is hitting a high mark with regards to public opinion, but I just don't think it's hitting the all-time high that it once was. And some of those are environmental situations and things that are just going on in society as a general, that the school system doesn't really, it's not the fault of the school system, but we're sort of caught up in it because we're seen as one of those problem solvers that people look to and look forward to help them to feel great about things and to help them to solve their problems, issues, and concerns.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Derman. Next up is gentleman from Folsom, Mr. Luke, District 4.
Good afternoon, Dr. Robinson. How are you today?
Hey, sir. How you
Good
feeling?
to see you. Great.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Good to see you, too.
Would you describe yourself as a hands-on administrative leader or a delegator, and explain which one you would like to be?
Well, not true hands-on and not true delegator, somewhere in between. Because once I learned to trust people and trust their work and their processes and how they go about things, I can give them more and more responsibilities. But also, I was also taught and trained that you still have to keep an eye on it. So I'm not going to do the job for someone. I will give them a task, ask them to give the task back to me so I can be certain that there's no miscommunication and that they understand it, and then give them an opportunity to take care of the task. And then at various points and times in that process, I would have some checks where I can check and making certain that a reasonable amount of progress is being made towards it. So I'm not a true hands-on or a true delegator, because too much of either one is not the best way to be. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. Next up is gentleman from Abita Springs, Mr. Harrell, District 5.
How you doing, sir? Good afternoon.
Hey, sir. How you feeling?
Good. Communication is a key part of being a superintendent. Could you briefly describe how you plan to effectively communicate with the board, the assistant superintendents, your central office staff, all the way to the school and the parents?
Yes, sir. Well, there's various modes of communication that we have at our disposal right now. But as I'm talking with the board, as speaking with the board, I plan to at least do weekly updates with the board. And if selected, you can hold me to that. Also, there'll be times where I need to pick up the phone. There'll be times when I need to text, and there'll be times where I send emails. But you can be rest assured that constant communications will be one of those things that I get done. With regards to the assistant superintendents and the central office staff, I'll have regular scheduled meetings, and then also I'll be able to actually reach out and touch some of them. They'll be right in the building with me, or they'll be out doing business with me. I'll be able to communicate with them, text them, and call them. Communication is critical. Communication is one of those things that has made some of our Fortune 500 companies, which has separated some of the top tier ones from the lower ones, because they had real good cultures, and a part of that culture was good, effective, positive communications. I will communicate with the school staffs and the teachers. I have known some superintendents in the past in various systems around the nation, is to every morning just send out a hello to every teacher. Hello, this is Corwin Robinson. Appreciate the great job that you're doing, and the different quote or something every day to the teachers. And I I have been told and I've read it, it's been pretty successful doing that. Communicating with the principals will be calling them, emailing them, and then, texting when appropriate. But good, effective communication is critical. It's critical in any organization. So I'll be using, the technology, the personal touch, and I'll have regular scheduled meetings for principals, regular scheduled meetings for assistant superintendents, and then regular scheduled meetings for the supervisors.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Harold. Next up is gentlelady from Lacombe, Mrs. Richardson, District 7.
Good afternoon, Dr. Robinson.
Hello, how are you?
I'm wonderful, thank you. As heard, I'd like to echo, just thank you for your service, not only to our country, but to our district. I've heard nothing but great things about your leadership. And leadership is the very topic around my question.
Yes, ma'am.
During this interview, I've heard phenomenal areas where you have indeed showcased strong leadership skills. And as we know, every leader, we make mistakes or we have opportunities for growth.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a certain quality of humility that I'm certainly looking for in our next leader. So with that said, would you mind sharing with us your top area where you're focusing on future growth and development?
Okay. Well, let me tell you a short quote, and then I'll get on with that. It's like, humble yourself or you will be humble. One day, somewhere, somehow. So nobody is beyond reproach, and we all have growth to do, as you say. One of those leadership areas that I am working on right now is continuing to really gain knowledge and become an expert in certain areas. I need to become more and more of an expert in technology. Sometimes I tell myself, and I wonder, if Louis Bouillon were to win the lottery, some of us would be in a lot of trouble. Yeah. So I know we lean on him, and so I was like, well,
That's
he did
good.
that. How do you figure? Well, I need to learn how to do that. So I pick up a book and I talk, and the leader is somebody that needs to be an expert in different areas. So one of my ideas has been to really read more and more, learn more and more about technology.
No, wonderful. Mr. Nation, may I ask a follow-up question?
You certainly may.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. You had wrote in your presentation something that caught my eye, and so I now have a follow-up question. You wrote, without a doubt, we can be the best school district in the entire state in the next 24 months.
Yes, ma'am.
I love and I'm assuming this is from your military, this can do,
Yes, ma'am.
failure is not an option. But the timetable, so it caught my attention.
Yes,
Would you
ma'am.
mind just briefly sharing with
Yeah.
me talk to me about your 20-month goal?
Okay. I think one of those things that we really need to dig deep down into is our curriculum and instruction piece. We really need to get the school system back up to 8 schools. So I think 24 months is a timetable because if you look at not too recent past, we have been an 8 school district. And yes, being an A or B school district is not the end all be all, but it's one of those measuring sticks that's important to a lot of people. And if we've achieved it before, we can achieve it again. And one of those strategies and one of those ideas that I have in my mind as a way that I can do that, because I did it in Tennessee, is being more and more involved in the schools, in the classroom, getting involved in the curriculum and instruction. No, I'm not going to go in there and tell the teacher how to teach a class or take over in the class or anything like that. But I would like to go visit classes to see what instructional techniques, strategies, and approaches we are using, come back and talk to the curriculum and instruction department about that, and come up with a plan and come up with a plan in collaboration with them, or even let them come up with a plan of recommendation as to how we can suggest to that principal or that curriculum or area how they can improve upon that. There's a curriculum supervisor, and there's a curriculum area expert for math, language, social studies, and so on and so forth. So if we go out, and there's only so many of them, but if the superintendent and my senior staff, we are involved in the schools and are in the schools, well, we can see, what is going on. How can we support them? What are some of those strategy techniques and approaches? And come back here, sit down, have conversations about it, come up with recommendations and different strategies, and see what is reasonably, can be reasonably implemented.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And
Thank
can I
you.
add one more thing to that?
Oh, please.
Again, and another way that we have with that strategy is to build capacity with our parents, because in some of our subgroups, they are impacting our school performance scores. So we can build capacity with parents, then they can help the children better at home. We have a lot of parents that are doing their very best, but they're working 8, 10, 12, 14 hours just to survive. But if we can help them build capacity with them, then they'll be more enthusiastic, more equipped to help the children at home. And if we can get that bit of support, then I guarantee you that the school performance scores are going to go up.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Richardson. Now, next up is the gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Winkler, District 8.
Hi, Dr. Robinson. As a former principal, I'd like to thank you for the service you do at your school, because I went and visited.
Yes, sir.
I had some kids who went there, and when they come back, they're ready to go.
Yes,
So-
sir.
So thank you very much for what you're doing for us.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler.
My question is, we're kind of in a teacher shortage.
Yes, sir.
How do we recruit the best teachers that are available and get them to the schools where they're needed most?
Okay. I got a slide for that too. I don't know. I don't have a slide for everything, but I have a slide for that because, I've done this job before. So I have a slide for that. Sir, what we need to do, and we can look at my slide, it's one of the last ones. It looks like this. It says recruitment plan. It's like one of the next to the last slides. Okay. Thank you for that question. What we got to do, Mr. Winkler, sir, is we have to develop a collaboration and a partnership with the universities, okay? Because they're the ones that train the teachers, but they're also the ones that recommend, say, hey, when students in their juniors or senior year, well, hey, St. Tammany's is a great place to work. We heard over there. Why don't you go over there and apply or something? Or, they point and direct people in various different areas. I think I know the school system already does one good thing, that we send one of our recruiters to 1 or 2 different HBCUs. This is good, but I think we can increase that. And we can work with the business communities and other governmental agencies, because if we tell them what a great place we are to work, and then we prove that out to be when we get them there, well, people will come here and want to work for us. And then also our own students that we have. There are some students that graduated from Pearl River High School and the various different high schools around here that are going to be teachers. So we have to sell ourselves to them and encourage them. If teaching is indeed the career that you want, get your degree and come back and work for us. But we have to avail, Mr. Winkler, of all avenues. We got to work with the universities, even the community college, work with businesses. There's people in businesses that are working on degrees and potentially want to come be teachers. So we got to work and tap into that pool. There are governmental agencies and governmental places all around us in the areas that people are finishing up second careers, have math talent, have science talent and other type talents that they will make great teachers. So we have to communicate, tap into these pools, and then do what we need to do to see how we can get them to come work for us, to be interested in working for us. And then once we get people here, we got to make them happy that they chose to be with us.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler.
Yes,
Next up is the gentlelady from Madisonville, Mrs. Drucker, District 9.
How you doing, Dr. Robinson?
I'm doing fine. How you feeling?
Thank you so much for your service.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
And echoing what everyone else has mentioned. My question for you is, with St. Tammany Parish's reputation of academic excellence in the state of Louisiana, which is evidenced by all the people who are moving over here.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
with the growth of home sales, with your experience as past superintendent in Tennessee, and your experience in probably strategic planning
Yes, ma'am.
in that position, what would your plan for our district in addressing the growth and capacity for our schools and our resources here?
Okay, what we need to do is have a real good, need to look at facilities. That's number one, because as they grow, we're gonna have to have facilities, have to have a plan for looking at facilities for growth and planning. We have to have a plan for the correct allocation of resources. And then we also have to have a plan to develop a community partnership where we have people from the various different businesses that are impacted by the growth. People come to our schools here, we have to make our plan line up with their plan. So if our plan is a great plan and we all have collaboration, when we, come up with the plan, then they can provide support to us and we can provide support to them, and then it can be a win-win situation. But we have to have, facilities, space, allocation of resources, and we have to be certain that we collaborate and communicate with others affected, businesses and other affected agencies where, they will be impacted also.
That's the question. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Trucker. And last, from the west side of the parish, Mr. Bettencourt, gentleman from Mandeville, District 10.
Thank you, Mr. Nation. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Hey, sir, how you feeling?
Good. Before my question, I gotta say, as a retired colonel, I was a E5 NCO, so
You're
not
where the rubber
only-
met the road at.
I'm compelled to salute you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thursday night, our board, we passed a resolution that says we're gonna identify and address areas that need improvement. Now, the identifying is gonna be the relatively easy part. How do we make the addressing part, how do we make that a reality?
We make that a reality because I gotta roll up my sleeves with the team here, and we gotta identify. And then the board has to be aware of and involved in the process. We gotta, the first step in solving any problem is identifying the problem. Y'all have already done that. And then we got to look at the problem, see what we think are reasonable solutions, do research, talk to people, talk to the board, and then also have some of these focus groups, advisory groups, and just put all of this information in there, come up with a real good, solid, workable plan that's reasonable, and roll it out. And then if the board says, hey, okay, let's do this, then we'll get it done. Or if the board, we roll it out, and the board say, hey, I think you need to take a look at this, I need to look at that, go back into the lab and work some more and tell me something next month or 60 days from now. That's what we'll do, that's what we have to do. But I think once we get those problems identified, we have a lot of talent over here in the central office, we have a lot of talent in the schools, we have a lot of talent in the community, and also talent in the universities and other agencies. We just look at what the problem is, look at who we think the people in the agencies are to help us to get those answers, and then we come up with a workable solution and answer. Let you guys see it. You guys say, okay, that's good. Go ahead and implement it. Or if you say, go back and do some more work on it, go back and do some more work on it. But, hopefully, 80, 90% of the time, 95% of the time, y'all, are pleased with the product that we present. And that's what we've been working towards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bettencourt. We now move to the gentlelady from Slidell, Ms. Lamy, District 11, and she had to leave, so Mr. Winkler is reading her questions.
Okay, Dr. Robinson.
Yes, sir.
In our parish, many teachers and administrators are fearful to speak up with information and opinions. They feel they don't have a voice. What would you do differently to support teachers and staff, encourage open dialogue without fear, and truly give them a voice?
Okay. When I was superintendent before, sir, and thank you for that question, and tell Ms. Lamy thank you too, I had a teachers advisory council where I met quarterly with teachers. May need to do it every 2 months from here. And they talked to me about what their issues, what their concerns, you know, positive things and negative things. But the thing about it is I have to give them a tool and a vehicle for communicating with me. And then if I don't like it, I just can't kill the messenger. I gotta listen. I gotta listen and be open, because if it's a problem for one of those teachers, it's a problem for me. If it's a problem for any employee, it's a problem for me, number one. But even with that, the most important people in this system are our students, 1A, 1B, our teachers. So they're out there where things are happening at. So I gotta listen to them. And if they feel that something is a problem, I need to address it. No matter, you know, how I feel about it, you have to address it. You have to give them that respect. And then once they begin to see that you're open to listen, you're willing to listen, then the culture and the climate will improve, then they'll be more trusting of you.
Now, her follow-up question was actually, you kind of already answered it. Would you consider a teacher advisory group, which it sounds like that's what you had, with rotating members? I don't know if yours rotated members, but sounds like.
Absolutely, because on one of my slides that I had advisory groups, and one of those advisory groups that I most definitely envision and would like to have is teacher advisory groups. Yes, sir, absolute, without a doubt.
All right, well, thank you, Mrs. Lamey, through Mr. Winkler. Now we move on to gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Hersey, District 12.
Good evening, Dr. Robertson.
Hey, Mr. Hersey, how are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you. Sir, would you please describe the process you would use to develop a district budget? In your description, please include how you would determine funding priorities for the school district.
The first process that I would do is meet with the district director of business budget. Her name escapes me now, but I would meet with her, okay? But before I had a meeting with her, I'd go refresh myself on budget processes and procedures from the district level and from the state level. I would have a meeting with her, and we'll look at things. Then there are two of the assistant superintendents are critical in the budgeting process, okay? Then I'd meet with them as a team, okay? Then once we did that, we would develop some priorities and look for surpluses and shortfalls and things of that nature. And then you start just going down, developing line items. Also with the idea in mind of putting resources, key and critical to have the resources in the classrooms. That's where the overwhelming amount of the resources that need to go, into the classrooms. Those are the initial steps that I would take. And then from there, you begin to just look at it and revise it and bring it down and bring it down and bring it down until, and then you have some meetings and meet. There should be a budget on the board. On the board, I think there should be someone also that works with budgets. Maybe let them take a look at it also. But you have to look at. First of all, you got to be aware of the policies and the laws, the legal side of it. Then you need to meet with the proper staff and the staff that has their primary responsibilities. Then you need to set some priorities and develop your line items.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hersey. Next up is gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Bro, District 13, and he's right there in front of you on the podium. Look down at the computer.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you've been here, okay. Yes,
He's
sir.
been waiting the
Okay.
whole time.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay.
First of all, good afternoon,
All right.
Colonel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bro.
Having worked with the military all my career, I understand the level of responsibility and leadership that comes with an 06 position.
Yes, sir.
And to do that in an operational theater, I can't imagine, what it would take. And I'm sitting here thinking that to take superintendent of San Tammany School System is almost a step down from that kind of responsibility.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate that, sir, and I really, really would like to have the job.
Well, I thank you for your service.
Yes, sir.
You touched upon several items concerning my question already, but I'll go ahead and give you allow you to address it more, maybe possibly in more detail. So here's my question. In recent years, St. Tammany Parish's performance scores have dropped in comparison to peer parishes such as Ascension, Lafourche, and St. Charles. In light of this, what, if any, details can you share on a plan to bring St. Tammany school system back into a leadership position in performance scores and statewide ranking?
I intend to get there, Mr. Bro, and two of those points I've already talked about is I think that we need to dig down and get richer and thicker with the curriculum and curriculum and instruction. Also, we need to really get some targeted professional development. But I think a key critical point in all of this that's really going to help us to get there is come up and build some capacity with some of our parents, because I think that we have a lot of willing parents, a lot of great parents, and they really want to participate in the process. And if we can build, capacity with that and with working the curriculum and instruction from this end, I think that will really help us to get back to where we need to be. And then also looking at and leveraging the technology. For so many months this year, the primary mode for learning for more of our children than normal, but it's also around the whole country and around the state, is the technology mode. So we really need to look at and do some professional development and look at and see how we're doing this and making certain that we're doing this in the best ways, because I think technology is something, technology is never ever going to go away. And if we can look at ways of leveraging the technology so it can help us out, and maybe this technology can help us to build capacity in the parents' shoe, then we can get where we need to go. But definitely, we have been, to the mountaintop before. We can get back there again, and it won't take us as long this time as it did the first time.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Brogue. Next up is a gentleman from Slidell, District 14, Mr. Kuzan.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson, I really appreciate the job that you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I think you're an asset to the school system, and just admire all the things that you do.
Yes, sir.
The
Thank
question that I have is skill-based.
you. Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that you're the best candidate for this job.
Mm-hmm.
What skills that you have that will make you the best candidate for this position?
I think the ability to collaborate. I think I will be a collaborator and a team builder and a consensus builder second to none, because that's what I've been trained to do ever since I got out of college, okay? And I have worked on that over the past 38 years since I graduated, okay? Also, I was a recognized curriculum expert, a teacher in special education and instructional strategies. So I know I can bring, that to the table. And a lot of times at my levels, various people at the senior levels haven't been curriculum type people or instructional type people. So I haven't dropped that down, because as one of my military duties, besides my civilian education training and working in classrooms, is I was an instructor at Command and General Staff College. And you really, talk about deep down, that's the highest military college, military university for senior officers. You really learn how to conduct classes and to be involved in curriculum and instruction. So with those four things, I know that you may get somebody at top, but I don't think you'll get anybody better.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzan. And last but not least is our gentlelady from Slidell, Mrs. Page, District 15.
Yes, Dr. Robinson, thank you. First, I just wanted to also thank you for your service. Having my youngest son who plans on going to the military,
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
wanted to thank you so much for your service, and it's just so important. So just thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Ms. Page.
My question is, professional reflection is very, very important. What would be the best matrix to evaluate your effectiveness as a superintendent holding the position for about 2 to 3 years?
The best matrix would be, well, we've all talked about getting us back to A, so I want to be evaluated on that. But to look at the culture and the climate within the district, and to look at how the community feels about the school district, to look at how we have accounted for and spent our funding. So with those 4 things, you can hold me to those 4 things. I think I would have been a success and you would have been happy, but the community and the whole school system as a whole would be very, very, very happy.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Page. All right, Dr. Robinson, that brings us to your closing statement. Again, if you'd like to keep it around 5 minutes or a little less, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I prepared a closing statement because a lot of things that I wanted to speak about were in the slides, but I prepared a closing statement. So I feel confident that you, the board, will pick the best person for this job. This is a critical decision because it will help to determine the direction of the district and also impact our community for years to come. I have the executive leadership experience in both schools and in the Army. I have the senior level experiences in 2 lowest districts. This district is 38,500 or 39,000, depending upon, what figure changes a little from day to day or week to week, okay? But I had senior experience in 2 districts that were 80,000. And then in the military, my experience was at levels, higher levels. So I have the leadership experience, the senior level leadership experience, and I've been successful at each of those steps. Experience success. But not only in Tennessee and Louisiana, but within the military, I had success around the world. So I'm not someone that has just worked in St. Tammany Parish, and it's a great thing. I would have loved to have worked in St. Tammany Parish the last 30 or 40 years, but my journey took me somewhere else. It took me around the world, and then it also, took me to Tennessee. So I'm thankful for that, but then it brought me back here, and I'm happy to be back here, okay? While the others were worthy candidates, and I care about them, they're my coworkers. I would love to work with them for the next however many years we're all working. I care about them. I consider them family. They're great. But I humbly feel that my experiences make me the best person for this job. I think I know what to anticipate with regards to being in central office, working with schools, dealing with the community, dealing with businesses, building partnerships, collaborations, building teams, building consensus. But also I've had a tremendous amount of experience working with state boards of education. So I think based upon all of that, I would be the best person for this job. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. We appreciate
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you and all that you do for this school system, and as well as we've said many times, for this nation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank all of y'all
right.
very much. Yes, sir. Okay.
All right.
Okay, Board, I'd like to introduce Dorval Dangerfield, Supervisor, Curriculum Instruction, St. Tammany Parish Schools.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. Good afternoon, Mrs. Dangerfield. Thank you so much for hanging in there all day, because you especially been sequestered all day. So it's good to see you. Say some similar things to you that I've said to others. I mean, everybody. We'll give you an opening and closing statement. We ask that both of those, or each of those, be 5 minutes or a little less.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then also if, and then once we get to board questions, keep those answers, around 3 minutes or so. And then the couple, some board members may have follow-up, and those answers maybe 1 or 2 minutes. We've not collaborated on the questions. Of course, you haven't had the questions in advance, of course, and we didn't know what we were going to ask till we got here today. So, so anyway, again, welcome, and we'll open it up to you now for your opening statement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board President, Mr. Nation, Vice President, Mr. Harrell, and board members. The time has come for me to share with you my path, which outlines why I am the best candidate to become St. Tammany's next superintendent. My resume outlines my qualifications, and my application provides you with information, but now is the time for me to tell you my story. You see, my passion for education began very early on. Growing up in your mama's classroom, putting up bulletin boards and organizing things and helping her with her children, you couldn't help but fall in love with the profession. That passion led me to earn my bachelor's degree in elementary education and sent me straight here to St. Tammany Parish as a second grade teacher at Alton Elementary School. I learned and grew in my knowledge of curriculum, instruction, and all other areas as a new teacher should. I wanted to help my students, my school, as well as my district. Those successes, they landed me straight to the right path of becoming the resource helping teacher. Today, many of you might know it as the technology resource teacher. I was able to lead the school improvement team to develop professional developments, mentor teachers, model lessons, all while serving as the textbook coordinator, the testing coordinator, the Title I coordinator, the SAT coordinator, and planning our family nights, which led me to becoming the assistant principal at Shataima Elementary, grades K to 3, and Bayou Lacombe Middle, grades 4 to 6. And then I don't want to forget to mention that I was the assistant principal at both schools at the same time. I had 2 different faculties, 2 different administrators, and 2 different sets of expectations. And guess what? They groomed me really well for my next position, and that would be the principal at Bayou Lacombe Middle School. And I tell you what, that was leadership love at the first sight. I started with the school vision and school culture. This was no easy task, but building positive relationships made it possible. I included the parents. I allowed teachers to serve as leaders. I created a principals council. We did everything, and we tackled test scores together. That led me directly to human resources, and I spent 10 years in resources. I maintained certification for teachers and administrators. That's about 3,700 people. I developed the Policy and Procedure Handbook, which gave our people a central location to find important information. I created the HR Blackboard site, helping us to start the transition from paper and pencil to electronic. Recruitment. I talked a lot for recruitment. I built partnerships with colleges and universities, working with student teachers. I developed the High School Star Academy Conference. I knew that if we didn't take care of our own profession, no one would. I worked with community ambassadors, building partnerships so they could tell St. Tammany stories. I worked with substitutes, part-time employees, and of course, our Ray Alfred reception. My curriculum experience can be described as being a leader of leaders. I provide instructional leadership and support to the 8 schools that I supervise. The ELA team, the ELA curriculum, it's a team effort that's led by me. I continue to work with new administrators, providing professional development, training, and a wealth of other things, and also those who are interested in becoming administrators. New teacher induction that I supervise is always a happy time because we welcome new people into our family of educators. And student teachers and residents, they get to be trained by the best of the best in St. Tammany Parish. All of that brings me full circle back right here. In St. Tammany, we're currently ranked number 18th in the state. Our graduation rate is 81.2, which is down from last year. Our ACT score is a 21.2, above the national average. We have a reason to celebrate, but board members, we can do better because we are better. I have given you an overview, yet the sum total of my experiences to shape me as the best candidate. Teachers are encouraged to collaborate, administrators as well. As superintendent, my vision would be to work collaboratively with staff, with students, with community, and with parents to provide a district of excellence, high-quality teaching and learning to prepare students for college and careers, and then life as successful citizens. I have what is needed to bring everyone together, to collaborate, to do what's best for kids, to look at what we're doing, to determine how it can be done better, to inspire from the boardroom to the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dangerfield. We will now move to board questions. I'll begin with the first question, and then we're doing rotating the board members and going in order by district. And we started with District 1 last interview, and we'll start with District 15 in just a moment. So my question for you is, and the same question, of course, for all the candidates. The public school system, this public school system, has strong support from the public, evidenced by the 80% or even more, some might say, of the parish's school-age children in our classrooms. We have successful bond elections every 5 years or so, going back as far as we can remember. We have countless stories of families choosing to move to this parish because of the public school system, including my own. Why does the school system enjoy such popularity and support from our citizens? And what would you do as superintendent to maintain the support, and including any areas of growth to deepen the support if you happen to see them?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Nation, for
You're
your
welcome.
question. Could you repeat the question part of it? You said
Sure.
why?
Yeah, why does the school system enjoy such popularity and support? And what would you do to maintain the current level of support we have, as well as describing any areas of growth that you might see currently to deepen or strengthen the support from the public?
Thank you so much. That's a loaded question. Okay, why do we enjoy it? We enjoy it because we have the best teachers, staff, employees in our school system. And it's because of the work that they do that we have the reputation that St. Tammany has had for a long time. It's because the work that they put out each and every day for the students that we serve in our school system. The community has always had a great working relationship with the school system. We partner on lots of things together, and we continue to provide partnerships within the things that we do together. In your question, you asked me, how do we go about maintaining? My response to that, I don't want to maintain. I want to do better than what we are doing today. And how would I do better? First, I would tackle academic success. I don't know about you, but I don't like the number 18. And I'm not for maintaining the number 18. I think it's about time that we take our right place back as a leading district in the state. What I would do to tackle academic success, I think that we need to strategize with the programs and things that we currently have in place. I think we need to take a look at the curriculum in all areas that we are doing. We have some good things that are in place, but strategically, I think that we need to tweak what we are doing to make them better. For example, what I do with ELA, I brought everyone to the table. I didn't do it in isolation. It was integrated together. I brought special education. I brought regular ed teachers. I brought gifted people all to the table so we can plan, so we can look at the curriculum that we had and create companion guides where we can add additional resources for our students. And not only that, we know our kids better than anybody, so we can make the curriculum our own. Looking at our data, bringing everybody together at the table, looking at the curriculum that we have, making it our own, providing the professional development for the teachers, and moving forward. So that is the plan that I would take across the board, looking at the academic success. And then number two, we have to continue to build on our community partnerships. Economic growth in this parish is a huge thing, and the education system is an important part of the economic growth. Businesses move here because of the education system, and not only do businesses, but parents as well. When parents move here, businesses are at the top. We sell houses, and when we sell houses, we know what that does for our ad valorem tax, and we definitely want to keep that in mind. So I would focus on assessing the curriculum, strategizing with what we have to make it better, and then continue to build on the relationships that we have in the community, because when we have the relationship with the business community, it's a win-win situation.
Thank you. And my follow-up question, but I'm not going to ask you because you just answered it. So it was about the business community. So and thank you for that. All right. Moving on to, we'll start with our first board member, young lady from Slidell, Mrs. Page, District 15.
Hey, Ms. Dangerfield.
Hello.
Hi. First question. Professional reflection is always important. What would be the best matrix to evaluate your effectiveness as a superintendent after holding the position for 2 to 3 years?
Thank you so much, Ms. Page, for your question. In order to evaluate myself as superintendent, I think a couple of things would come into play. Number one, of course, we know the superintendent has a job description. But just because you have a job description, job responsibilities are more specific. So we, of course, want to look at job description and job responsibilities. But when named as the superintendent, the board and I would work together to identify what your expectations are. And based on what your expectations, I think that should be included as a part of the metrics. Not only that, moving forward with the vision that I would have for the district and outlining things that I want to accomplish based on your expectations, those would also be things that I would expect to be evaluated on as a part of the matrix for being superintendent. So it would be working together, outlining those expectations, looking at the vision, laying out the goals and objectives, and developing the matrix from that point.
Thank you, Mrs. Page. We now move to the gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Kuzan, District 14.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Ms. Dangerfield, I wanted to say that I feel you're a tremendous asset to our school system.
Thank you.
I think you've done a tremendous job for this system. I've heard nothing but good things about you everywhere you've been. Some of the schools in my district you worked at. You mentioned at the top of your presentation that you felt that you were the best candidate for this job. What skills do you possess that make you the best candidate for this position? Would you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Kuzan, for your question. In school systems, you have managers and you have leaders. St. Tammany is at a point where we need a leader. It's not to say that there's anything wrong with the manager. There's a place for management and there's a place for leadership. But right now, in our school system, we are in need of a leader. We are in need of someone who has an instructional background, who can take what we are doing as a school system, who can evaluate and assess what we are doing academically as well as other places, who can research, and research can be in the form of many different things, including reaching out to other school systems and rebuilding our partnership that we have with the state now that we have a new superintendent. Once you do the research, then you have to plan. Once you do the planning, then you have to implement and strategize. And then after you implement and strategize, the next thing you have to do is assess. It's an ongoing cycle. So I feel that I am the person who can do that for the district. We have a strategic plan, and it's publicized, but we need to make sure that our strategic plan becomes a living document. A living document where everybody, all stakeholders, board members, myself, our employees, our community members, and our parents know where we're all headed and how we're going to get there and when we are going to get there. And you need someone with an instructional background to be able to do that. When preparing for this position, I reached out to a couple of superintendents, and I did that intentionally for academic success, and this is why I did it. We used to rank in the top 10 in the state, and then we went on this roller coaster ride when John White was superintendent. When we went on this roller coaster ride when John White was superintendent, our roller coaster got off the track and we started going down. In the top 10 districts in the state that were on this roller coaster ride with us, there were 7 out of the 9 who were above us on the roller coaster ride who remained at the top of the state, even though they were on the same roller coaster ride as us. I wanted to know what were they doing differently than what we were doing. In addition to that, I reached out to another school superintendent where their test scores, they were at a 40, I think it was like 47%. Now they are number 3 in the state. They were on the same roller coaster ride with us, but they had to do something that we weren't doing because they didn't get off track. And then the 7 out of the 9 who were on the ride with us, when we switched from park to leap, they took a dip, but their roller coaster went back up. Ours didn't go back up. Ours continued on a downward trajectory. So what were they doing that we weren't doing? You need an instructional leader to be able to have those types of conversations with people. And when you have those types of conversations with people, to be able to take that information, to have dialogue with your leadership team, with your curriculum department, with your finance department, to make sure that we're getting a return on our investment, to make sure our finances and our resources are aligned, to make sure that we are making the best strategy decisions to be able to move our students forward. They said staying with Tier 1 curriculum and providing teachers with professional development. We're on track now with the curriculum, but we have some work to do with the curriculum as well as the professional development. That's why now I think we need a leader as opposed to a manager, and that's why I feel that I could do the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzan. Next up is Mr. Bro, the gentleman from Slidell, District 13, and he's right there in front of you.
All right, you touched upon, with your past answers, with the past two questions, you've touched upon similar to my question, but I'll ask you again, and maybe you can give me more details. In recent years, St. Tammany Parish's performance scores have dropped in comparison to peer parishes such as Ascension, Lafourche, and St. Charles. In light of this, what, if any, details can you share on a plan to bring St. Tammany school system back into a leadership position in performance scores and statewide ranking?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brock. Going back to connect with the response that I provided Mr. Kuzan, we have to start by strategizing. It's not enough just to have a plan, number one. It's the being able to implement the plan and then being able to follow through with the plan. We as a district can no longer afford to be reactive. We have to learn how to be proactive, and that means setting long-term and short-term goals. Somewhere we got off track with that. We need to get back on track with setting the long-term and the short-term goals. That would help us to get back on the right track. And you need to be able to look at your data to establish patterns in order for that to occur. And I'm not talking about just academics. I'm talking about in discipline. I'm talking about in areas across the district altogether. Working with other districts, seeing what they are doing for success, collaborating, not just with other districts, but hearing the concerns of stakeholders. And while we are doing the assessing and planning and moving forward, make sure we are engaging in conversations with our stakeholders, because what they have to say is equally important, and we want to make sure that we engage in conversations so we can hear what they have to say, strategize, and make them feel like they are a part of what we're doing in our school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broad. Next up is gentleman from Slidell, Mr. Hersey, District 12.
Good evening, Mrs. Dangerfield.
Hello.
Please describe the process you would use to develop a district budget. In your description, please include how you would, I'm sorry, my glasses fogged up on me, how you would determine funding priorities for the school district. Would you like me to read it again?
I have it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, though. Thank you so much, Mr. Hersey, for
And I
your question.
apologize about that. My glasses totally fogged up
Oh,
on
I
my breath.
totally understand. It
I
depends
couldn't
on the
see
type of
nothing,
mask
and
we
without
have
them, I'm
on.
blind.
I know. Okay, the process for determining a district budget and determining fund priorities. As the superintendent, the first thing that I would want to do is to assess the budget. In assessing the budget, I definitely would want to meet with all of the leads, the executive leadership team. But not only meeting with the executive leadership team, because many times the executive leadership team leave the funding up to the specific supervisors who are over particular programs. So having conversations with particular supervisors over programs. We can't continue to do what we've always done and just bring a budget item over because it's always just been brought over. We need to evaluate. And as superintendent, when assessing and building a budget, it may not be my responsibility to know everything about the budget, but it is my responsibility to know the right questions to ask about the budget. And as I am meeting with the different individuals, I need to know the right questions to ask. And one of the questions, how do you know what we are doing is effective? We have to be able to evaluate what we're doing to see whether or not it's effective. And then based on those meetings and the evaluations of the current programs that we have in place, then we would set out to look at developing a district budget, including feedback from you as board members, of course, partnering, looking at the budget as well. But in order to partner with you, the first thing is to have to obtain the information, and we have to get that from staff members. In the planning of the budget, we also want to get our opportunity for our community members to have their input. You know, we want to show our taxpayers that we're being good stewards of their money. So to be transparent with that, we want to make sure that we have stakeholder input. When it comes to determining priority of funds, That goes with goals and objectives that we set out for the school year. We can't prioritize funds without goals and objectives. So we have to make sure that we have goals and objectives to align our resources to. So we would need to identify the goals and objectives to be able to align the resources to. That's how we would determine priority.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Hersey. We move now to the gentlelady from Slidell, Mrs. Lamy, District 11, and she had to leave, so Mr. Winkler is going to read her questions.
Hey, Ms. Dart, Ms. Dangerfield.
Hi.
In our parish, many teachers and administrators are fearful to speak up with information and opinions. They feel they don't have a voice. What would you do differently to support teachers and staff, encourage open dialogue without fear, and truly give them a voice?
Thank you, Ms. Lamy. By way of Mr. Winkler. One of the things that I definitely would be interested in carrying forward from Mr. Foss would be the Superintendent's Advisory Council that we have for students. But as superintendent, I think it's important for me to hear from all of the stakeholders, so I would see additional advisory councils coming aboard, and one of them would be a teacher advisory council, because hearing the opinions of teachers, that's very important to me. So the first step would be to develop a superintendent's advisory council for teachers. That way, they would be able to provide that feedback. Currently, I supervise our mentor teacher program, and I supervise our ELA content leader program. And that's where our teachers have been selected to participate in a year-long program where it's kind of like taking a college class, and you have, at the end, you have to pass assessments in order to get the state certification. And with our teachers that we had participating last year, and as well as this year, I want those teachers to know that they have my support. At the beginning of the year, when we roll the plan out, I am there. I am there introducing myself. I give everybody my cell phone number. Let me know how I can help you. Let me know how I can support you. Because when they are successful, we are successful. If we zoom in, I'm zooming right there. I might be zooming from one meeting, zooming into that one, and zooming into another, but it's important for me that I take the time to zoom in or to be there to say, hello, I'm here. What questions do you have? Do you understand why you're doing what you're doing? And do you understand why it's important to the district, but more so why it's important to students? I'm there. And when they get to the point where they are doing the assessments is like taking a test. And I tell them, I say, okay, you're getting ready to come to a hill. I need you to just hold on, because I'm going to pull you over this hill with me. But I promise if you hold on, we're going to get there together. And they laugh at me, but I'm like, look, if you need me to come to Starbucks and sit there with you while you do some work, I always have work to do. So call me, and we'll go rock together at Starbucks. Because when they are successful, we are successful. That is how I make myself available to the people that I supervise and to the people with the responsibilities that I have. My principals that I supervise, they know that I am accessible to them 24/7. They know that I am fair and consistent. They might not always like the answer that I give them, but I will do my best to give them whatever they ask for, but I always make myself accessible. And it will be no different in this position. We want our teachers to do that for our students and our parents, so we have to model that at the district level as well.
She had a follow-up to that, and you've already answered it. Would you consider a teacher advisory group? And you just said that you would do that.
Hey, Glenn.
So that's all for Ms. Lamy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamy, and thank you, Mr. Winkler. All right, we'll move now to the west side of the parish, and next up is the gentleman from Mandeville, Mr. Betancourt, District 10.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dangerfield.
Hi, how are you?
You were here Thursday night. You
Yes.
heard the resolution that the board passed, that we were going to commit to identifying and addressing areas that need improvement.
Yes.
The identifying is going to, relatively speaking, that's going to be the easy part. How do we make addressing these areas, how do we make that a reality?
Okay, so the part of the resolution that I do remember is that there was to be a committee that was going to be developed, correct? Okay, so.
That's the identifying part.
Part of it, correct. So once through the committee process, the areas are identified, I think it's important for another step to take place with those areas. The people who supervise those areas is to bring them as a part of the committee to have some conversation. And the conversation would lend itself, number one, what are we doing already in those identified areas? Because it might be a lack of knowledge to the public. And then following that, to explain why we are doing what we're doing. And then number two, in conversations with the people who are supervising those programs, what can we do to get better? Because they're the ones who have the expertise and they're the ones who have the knowledge within the programs that they're supervising that have been identified as concerns to be able to give us feedback. So now that we have the recommended concerns from the committee, we've had more information from the people who supervise the programs, then we come to the board for next steps. After we come to the board for next steps, I'm real big in seeing a big picture and planning. Then we have to take a look at, what it is, the different steps and the different parts. For example, if there are things within the special education department that we can do better, we need to look and we need to identify someone who can assist us in that particular area. If it's someone in hiring, we need to look at someone who can assist us in that particular area. And I say someone because we've looked internally, and if we've looked internally and we've had people who supervise those programs to tell us that, hey, we can do this better, because if they are telling us that we can do this better, we would probably already be doing it better if we could. Then now we know that we need some assistance. But it needs to be someone who is specialized in that, whatever the concern is, and not just generally to be able to help us in that specific area. And I think if we zone it to the specific area, then we definitely can make that a reality.
Oh, thank you very much. That was a great answer.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt. Moving on now to the gentlelady from Madisonville, Mrs. Drucker, District 9.
Hi. How you doing, Mrs. Dangerfield?
Doing well.
Thank you for coming in today, and thank you for applying for the position.
Thank you.
You kind of spoke in your opening statement about ad valorem taxes and growth here in St. Tammany Parish. In our parish, we have a reputation for academic excellence, and it is tangible with home growth, sales here, and people moving into our parish. We're pretty crowded. With your experience in strategic planning for our school district, how could you please address areas of growth? How do you plan on preparing for growth in our area?
Okay, thank you so much for your question, Ms. Drucker. Preparing for growth is no different than preparing for anything else that you do. We can't grow what we don't know, and we have to start with the data. We need to start looking at numbers. And I say that because oftentimes we'll have conversations and we know certain areas are growing, but it's qualitative data and not quantitative data. And I think that we need to make sure that we take a look at quantitative data so we can make informed decisions about planning for areas of growth. In preparing for the interview, I had a conversation, a very rich conversation with Ms. Tipton, who's over our construction department. And in my conversation with her, one of the things that I asked her, I'm like, Ms. Tipton, how in the world did we open 2 schools that were already overpopulated? I'm like, I know I'm a curriculum person, but I'm an ELA, but that math doesn't add up to me. I just don't understand. And she, was going through the process of saying that the numbers are given, and Madisonville is a quick growing, area. And she went on to explain the construction, process, and it was a learning experience and an eye-opening for me. I think part of it, Ms. Drucker, goes back to long-term and to short-term planning and not being reactive but being proactive. And if we know that we have an area that is growing, such as the Madisonville area, we need to start opening up studies to look at some long-term planning. And in order for us to do that, we need to start collecting data to be able to look at where the home's growing, looking at the age of the families who are moving in, working with our business communities and our realtors to figure out what specific data that we need to collect, and using that data to help us plan for areas of growth. But we can't do anything unless we start with the data, and we have to do long-term and short-term planning.
That's all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Drucker. Now the gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Winkler, District 8.
Ms. Dangerfield, once again, how do we recruit the best teachers and get them to the schools where they're needed most?
Thank you, Mr. Winkler, for your question. A couple of things. The first thing is, one of the things that I would like to do in St. Tammany is start a program called Teach St. Tammany. When we take a look at our data for our teachers, we have to start looking at our who. And what I mean by that is that typically from early on, our teachers were coming from traditional programs like undergraduate. You go to college, you do your 4 years, you do a semester of student teaching, then you graduate and you become a teacher. Now we have to really begin to look at our who when it comes to our teacher population, because that is beginning to shift. And what I mean by that is alternative certification. We have people who are graduating college in other areas, and as they are graduating in other areas, teaching is becoming their second profession, or either what they're doing with their degree. And as they're doing alternative certification, some of them are coming to us as first-year teachers, never being in the classroom before. So we can no longer just move ahead like we've always done. We have to differentiate what we do in the district for our employees, our teachers, just like our teachers have to differentiate what they do in the classroom for our students. Teach St. Tammany, what I would like to do is to start our own alternative certification program. What would that look like? So for right now, we get teachers from alternative certification programs that are completely online. They go through taking online courses. Then after they reach a certain point, they are released to apply for jobs, and they are eligible to come and be first-year teachers. We have some really outstanding teachers. I would like to start small, especially with a cohort for special education, because that's our greatest need when it comes down to teachers. Develop a program that's going to meet our needs. Remove all of the fluff and replace it with strategies and things that are going to develop them to meet the needs of our students in our school system. So they wouldn't come from a canned generic program alternative certification from outside of the district. We will be training them specifically on the needs of our children and what they need to do in our school system. We would be able to go into the classroom and provide them support. We would be able to just give them what they needed to be able to meet the needs of our students. We can have our own employees to teach the class. It can be done virtually. It can be done after school. It can be done hybrid. But to me, that would be better than getting someone who has never been in a classroom, and many of the time it's online programs. Not saying there's anything online or from out of state, but we can do that ourselves and tweaking it to meet the needs of our students. So that's one way that I would want to recruit, starting right here in our own parish. The second thing is, in our Human Resources Department, what we have done has worked for us tremendously. But now it's time for us to start taking a look at what we are doing with our Human Resources Department. Have you ever tried to work with a millennial? It's a totally different ball game working with millennials. They don't work like me, and they don't work like you. So when I say that we have to understand our who, we have to understand differences that are coming to us, and we have to understand how to be able to communicate and how to be able to work with the millennials and the other populations that we have. So looking at a different way of how we're hiring within our school system, looking at a different way of how we're doing job fair, and looking at a different way of when we're doing job fair. Because with our teacher residents, we hire 68%, but it could be higher, but most of them, not most of them, the other percentage, they're getting jobs because they're going to job fairs that's before hours. That's an easy fix. So I think to your question, Mr. Winkler, we may want to consider looking at how we do things differently in human resources. I think at one time, what we did, it was superb. And I think what we're doing now, it's good, but just as our clientele is shifting and switching, I think it's time for us to do some shifting as well in what we are doing as far as our practices are concerned.
And I just want to add something. I mean, that is both those are great ideas. The amount of knowledge that the teachers coming in with alternative certification, the knowledge and experience that they don't have is a big difference in what they can turn over to the students. So, that's some good ideas on how you fill that gap, because it takes several years for someone who comes in and to develop what they need to do in the classroom. So thank you very much.
Can I add one additional thing to that? Sure. Our recruitment practices are typically done at the college level. We need to back and start recruiting people to do their student teaching here, because once they do their year-long residency program, then they really want to start and bridge right into employment. So we need to take a look at how we are recruiting people to do their student teaching here, because when they do their student teaching, more than likely they will be our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. We move on now to the gentlelady from Macomb, Mrs. Richardson, District 7.
Thank you, Mr. Nation, and thank you, Ms. Dangerfield, for your service to our district. It was enjoyable to look at your resume and to see the variety of experiences you've had.
Thank you.
With that said, with every good leader, and indeed you are a leader of leaders, I hear that in your tone and your presentation, but with every leader comes strengths and areas for growth and opportunity, and certainly we've heard many of your strengths today. Would you mind addressing the board and letting us know where your areas of growth and opportunity are?
Thank you for your question. Absolutely. I've been in the school system for 30 years. I came here straight out of college, just taking a chance, didn't know a soul here, but I came here straight out of college. I got my first teaching job. And I went crying to my dad saying, who is this FICA person? Because they took all my money. I just didn't know because I didn't understand about taxes. But I fell in love with St. Tammany Parish. That was in 1991, and here it is in 2020. Where we are now and where we were then, there's a difference. And it's a difference that in my heart I don't want to see. So a growth and opportunity for me is the way that I deal with what I see now. I'm passionate about what we do in the school system. We are better than number 18. So that's one of the areas that I need to work on. The second thing, me being here for 30 years, I've seen the school system at different levels. From a teacher, I've even taught summer school all the way to now. And when you do plans and you've worked from each of the different levels, and you know what some of the deficits are, you just want to dive in and you just want to get busy and you just want to do everything. But you can't because there are things called priorities. But you want to do it because you want your district to be better because you knew what it was 30 years ago. So that's another area that I want to work on, is that I know that I can't do it all at one time. And I know that I have to prioritize, but I knew what we used to be 30 years ago, and that's my goal.
Thank you, Ms. Dangerfield.
Thank you, Mrs. Richardson. Move on now to the gentleman from Abita Springs, Mr. Harrell, District 5.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dangerfield.
Hi.
As you know, communication's a big part of being a superintendent. Could you briefly describe how you plan to effectively communicate with the board, the assistant superintendents, the central office staff, all the way to principals and other employees and even parents?
Thank you, Mr. Harrell, for your question. You are absolutely right. Communication is a good tool when it's used effectively. When it's not used effectively, it could definitely break you. My communication with you as a board is key. I'm a relationship builder. I feel that I can work with anybody. As superintendent, especially as a new superintendent, I would lean on your expertise. And I would want to develop a relationship where we can grow, where you can trust me and the strengths that I bring to the table as superintendent. And we could work together as a team. If you see that there's something that I don't, then I can lean on your expertise. It's important to me to be accessible to you 24/7 so I can be available to communicate with you, to provide you with the information that you need to make informed decisions, and for you to give the information that you need to your constituents. We would be in a partnership. And when you're in a partnership, an effective partnership, then you collaborate and you communicate. I plan to be open and honest. Team building, this is a position that you can't do by yourself. Sometimes you get lonely at the top, but you still can't do the job by yourself. There is no way that you can do it without your assistant superintendents and your central office staff. The important thing is to have those individual conversations with with the people. Identify their strengths so you can build your team accordingly. When Mr. Foltz was here, he had a newsletter, and that newsletter went out every Monday, and it went out to the leadership team. I would like to take that a step further and develop my own communication tool that would go out not only to the leadership team, but to our faculty and our staff, because we have to start communicating a common message and a common language. If we have a vision, that vision should be at our schools, because we have to be systemic with that, because the school vision has to feed into the district vision. When we are communicating with parents at PTA meetings, we want our parents to know what the vision is, so as they're helping and connecting with our schools, they understand the why we do what we do. So I would like to develop my own newsletter. When I worked with the ELA team, it was very important for me to communicate with our ELA teachers directly. So we sent communication to our principals for them to forward to their teachers. But you know how principals are inundated with stuff. So that wasn't working quite well. Then Lewis, we love Lewis, but Lewis tells us no a whole lot of times. So how do you work around Lewis? So we developed our own distribution list. We reached out to schools so we could get the ELA teachers, because we wanted them to get the information directly so they can make effective classroom decisions based on the materials that we were rolling out. So we just did what it took to make sure people got the common message that we wanted them to get for ELA. And that's the same thing that I would do. It starts, if we're going to have a communication tool, we have to have a communication tool that we're rolling out with the central office staff, we're rolling out to administrators, and we're rolling out directly to our employees, so we're communicating that common language. We have the newsletter that goes out from our communications department, including that. And as a part of it, helping people to understand why we do what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on now to the gentleman from Folsom, Mr. Luke, District 4.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dangerfield. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Would you describe yourself as a hands-on administrative leader or a delegator? Explain your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Loop. Being in a position, even at the district level, I think you have to be a balance. And what I mean by that, when you look at your list of responsibilities, some things require you to be hands-on, and then some things you can delegate to other people. I think it's important for you to know and to understand those responsibilities, those that require you to be hands-on, and then those that you can delegate. When you're working with a team, it's important to trust people to do their job. It's important for you to know the strengths of the people that you're working with, so as you are delegating things, you know the strength of your team, and you trust people to do their job. Do you hold people accountable? Yes, you do. But then you work with them, you give them the space, and you allow them to do your job, to do their job, because if you set expectations, you have a vision, everybody understands what we're working toward in the strategic plan, and we're all working towards an upward trajectory, and we all understand the meaning of every child every day, then you trust people to do their job. Then there are some things that I believe in being hands-on with. I want our stakeholders to know that I am a trustworthy person, and I am not going to be the type of superintendent that's just an office superintendent. I want to be out in the schools as much as possible. I want to be in the community as much as possible. I can't grow what I don't know. And in order for me to know it, I have to be out in the public, I have to be out in the schools, and I have to see. So that part, you can't delegate. You have to be hands-on with that. So I think it's important for you to know the difference between the two.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. Now we move the gentleman from Covington, Mr. Derman, District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Nation. Adorable, thank you for applying. Appreciate
you.
everything you do for us. My question is, what do you think the current public opinion is of our school system? And secondly, if negative or not as positive, what would you or can you do to correct or improve that perception?
Thank you, Mr. Derman. Now, Mr. Derman, that's going to depend on who you ask, whether it's public, whether it's positive or negative. So let me see if I can take it from a couple of different positions. I think that our school system, people perceive our school system as positive. I think that we are a great school system, and I think that people think that we are a great school system, but I think that in certain areas we have some work to do. I think that we can improve in certain areas, and that's evident by, being number 18 in the state. People want us to improve academically. They send our children, they send their children to us, and they want us to make sure that they're college and career ready. So at the base of what you're saying, I personally think that we have a great school system. We used to talk about good to great. We're still on our journey from good to great. Within our greatness, just like all school systems, I think we have some areas to grow in. I think outside of academic success, people want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our children. The way we communicate that is that we have to be open and transparent and make sure that people have a seat at the table. Not only so we can communicate, but so they will see what we are doing and feel like they are a part of the process. So, to recap, I think that we are a great school system, but I think we have some areas that we can definitely improve on. And in communicating that with the public, I think we invite them to have a seat at the table, not only so we can tell them, but so they can be a part of the process of our growth. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Derman. Next is the gentlelady from Covington, Mrs. Heinz, District 2.
Hi, Ms. Dangerfield.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here today, and I want to tell you that it always makes me feel good when I walk into that new teacher induction or the Ray Alfred reception and see your smiling face, because you are generating that enthusiasm to the people that are there, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
We've had a lot of questions on a lot of different topics today that are important in our school system. We've talked about the mission and the vision. We've talked about system management, community relations, school improvement, and personal qualities. The question I'm going to ask you has to do with school governance, school board governance. So my question is, please share with us the role you will play as superintendent in development, maintenance, communication, and implementation of school board policies.
Can you read that one more time, please?
Sure. Please share with us the role you will play as superintendent in development, maintenance, communication, and implementation of school board policies.
Thank you, Ms. Heinz. As superintendent, the role that I would play in governance, first begins with the development of a relationship with each of the board members, because none of this can't be accomplished without a relationship with you. The second thing, after developing a relationship, the role that I would play would be with any of the policies. You have to do your homework. I can't come to you, nor can I come to the public without all of my facts and without having the information, or you can be crucified. I don't want to be crucified, and I definitely don't want you to be crucified. So I have to do my homework. If you're going to develop a policy, it's important to make sure that I do my research. This is one of those things that I would work with my team to do. So I need to make sure that I would do the research when it comes down to developing the policy. Communicating the information to you, making sure that I am answering your questions, and making sure that I am meeting your needs when it comes down to providing the information to you so you can make an informed decision as you vote on policies for the school system. Once you have voted on policies for the school system, then it is my responsibility to ensure that the employees of the school system work to know the policies and to maintain the policies. They can't maintain what they don't know. So it will be my responsibility to communicate, not just to communicate, but to effectively communicate. The communication has to start and make sure that it gets to all of the employees. And there are different ways that we go about communicating. It would depend on the population of our employees, because depending on the population of employees, different communication techniques work with different people. Implementation, holding people accountable, that's what we do in our organization. When we implement, we set out with a policy. We make sure that employees are aware of the policy, give them opportunities to ask questions. We include it in our policy and procedure handbook for our employees, implement it, and make sure that they understand the ramifications for it. If they're implementing the policy, then that's good. And then if they don't implement the policies, whatever guidelines we have set up to deal with that, then we would move in that direction. So it would be my responsibility to research and find you information in order for you to make informed decisions to be able to vote on the policies. After you have voted on policy as for school board members, then I would receive the information, be responsible for communicating it, implementing it, and making sure that employees are accountable for the policies that you have developed for the district.
Thank you. Now, a brief follow-up. The school board has voted on a policy that you disagree with. How would you handle this disagreement?
I will provide you with the information, that you make an informed decision. By then, I would have developed a relationship with you, and in my one-on-one relationship or behind closed doors, I will share with you what I think. Once you have voted on the policy, it is my responsibility to bring it forth, to communicate it to our employees, to implement it, and to make sure that I hold employees accountable for the policy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Hines. And now, gentleman from Mandeville, Mr. Green, District 1.
Our last one, Ms. Dangerfield, thank you for your patience. And you've mentioned, you actually mentioned in one of the questions or in your opening how our district had become derailed a little bit in its dealings primarily with Louisiana Department of Education and Bessie and some of the directives and mandates that have allowed us to get derailed. What is your vision for St. Tammany Parish in light of these challenges, and specifically around standardized testing, teacher evaluations, and curriculum? And then part B to that is how specifically will you advocate for and be a voice for our district, St. Tammany Parish, with Bessie and the Department of Education?
Can you please, I just want to make sure I have all of the key points.
Yep. So it was just what is your vision for St. Tammany in light of the challenges and mandates that are passed down from Bessie and Louisiana Department of Education, specifically around teacher evaluations, curriculum, and standardized testing? And then the part B to that was, how will you specifically be an advocate and a voice for our district in front of Bessie and the Department of Education?
Okay, thank you. I think I have it. Thank you so much, Mr. Green. As you heard in my opening statement, my vision is to collaborate with staff, with parents, and employees. And in collaborating with our teachers around testing, around evaluation, and around curriculum. Do I agree with everything the state does? No, I don't. But one thing I'm clear about is that when they set mandates or when they set laws about certain things that we are required to do, it is our responsibility to take those mandates and to take those laws and implement them in our school system. However, how we do it is where we have the flexibility and the freedom. And that's where the collaboration comes in. When it comes down to testing, we have to test. It's no getting around that. And even for the 2021 school year, the state is still telling us that we'll be testing. Do I agree with that after we were out of school for so many months? No, I don't. And even the state has already rolled out evaluation procedures for teachers for this year. After we have been out, we've been hybrid. We haven't been in. We've had 2 hurricanes, but they are still insisting that teachers will be evaluated using the same rubric. Do I agree with that? No, I don't. But that's where the evaluation, that's where the collaboration comes in. Even though we have to do it, how do we do it to make it the least impactful for our teachers? With the testing, I can tell you that in the curriculum and instruction department, we talk about, we collaborate, we meet, and we get real frustrated with what we have to do. We remove all of the fluff out of it, and we stick directly to the mandate. What does that look like? The state will release the mandate, then they will give us the PowerPoint with how we're supposed to implement it. We take the PowerPoint and go back to the mandate because sometimes the state puts fluff in the PowerPoint. We don't want the fluff. We want the mandate so we can put our St. Tammany touch on it, and how can we make it the least impactful for our teachers. And that's what we give our teachers. Even though they disagree with it and they think that we're testing too much, we're only giving them what we are required to do. Do we like it? No, we don't. We're just as frustrated as them. The teacher evaluation. I'm the person that's responsible for rolling that information out. I have it sitting on my desk, trying to wait till the right time to roll it out, because I know the backlash that we're going to get. Keep emailing the state. Are you sure we're going to do this? Yes, you're going to get the training to be able to evaluate. It's going to be released on October the 9th. Are you sure you're going to do this? Yes, we are. Do we want to do it? No, we don't, but it's something that we have to do. So how can we make it the least impactful for our teachers? So in our curriculum and instruction department, that's what we do. We take all of the fluff and we only want to give them what the mandate says that we have to do. So that's what we look at. And when it comes down to the curriculum, when I first started with guidebooks, and I first rolled it out the first year, everybody said it's scripted curriculum and we don't want to do that. You're right, it was a scripted curriculum, but that didn't mean you had to follow it verbatim. And people were saying, well, we're taking away a teacher's right to do something. It wasn't about taking away a teacher's right to do something. It was about giving them an opportunity to learn the new curriculum before making changes to it. If they had the opportunity to learn the curriculum before they made changes to it and become familiar with it, and we continue to add resources and continue to add changes, that 3% growth that we've gotten is because we had a structured way of doing it. And that same structured way is what I want to look at doing it in other areas as well. What I don't like about testing, what I don't like about evaluation, those are the things that I would be a voice with Bessie, and fighting on behalf of our teachers, fighting on behalf of our administrators, and fighting on behalf of our district. Do I like all of it? No, I don't. But looking at what the state gives us and looking at the mandates, taking away all of the fluff and only giving what is mandated. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Green. All right, Mrs. Dangerfield, that brings us to your closing statement. And you may begin at any time.
Thank you, board members. We made it. I appreciate your commitment. As we close today, if I can get you to reflect back to my story, my passion is helping people. I believe that is what I was put on this earth to do. I stand before you as a candidate for your next superintendent with the heart, mind, skill, focus, and direction. In districts, you have leaders and you have managers. Right now, we are in need of a leader. That's not to say that management is not important, but leadership is right now what we need. I'm proud to be a resident of the great state of Louisiana, and I'm proud to be a leader from our district, homegrown in that respect. I am a visionary leader. Colin Powell once said that great leaders look ahead and around the corner. It's time for St. Tammany to look ahead and around the corner. We need to develop some short-term and some long-term goals. We need to be proactive and not reactive. My vision to work collectively with staff, with parents, with the community to cultivate a district of excellence that provides high-quality teaching and learning that will prepare all students for college, careers, and just life as successful students. We have to communicate a common message headed in the same direction. Our strategic plan, a living document. It's not just good enough to have a plan, but you must have the ability to implement it and to follow through. I'm a relationship builder. That would begin with you as board members, making sure I communicate and provide you with the necessary information for your constituents. Continuing community relations with business leaders. This is key for student success. As we educate our future leaders, we need them throughout this process. If you look at data provided by the St. Tammany Corporation about employment in our school system, outside of us, those top 5 areas are healthcare, business management, health sciences, biological sciences, and social sciences. We need to make sure that we're tapping into their data so we can make sure that we're growing our CTE program and giving students what they need so our students can return home. We have the Superintendent's Advisory Council for Students, and as superintendent, I'm going to need more of those because I want to hear from all of our stakeholders. You received my plan, which lays the foundation of my entry plan, where I want to look, listen, and learn. I'm an instructional leader. I want to expand on the social and emotional models that our school system has. I want to study the special education department and determine which models are most effective and build on the strengths. I want to develop a district-wide professional development plan, not only for teachers, but for administrators, focusing on our who. I want to review the district staff, identify their strengths, and develop the team accordingly. We need to be natural disaster ready. That means that no matter what happens, we can continue the continuity of learning for our students. I am a servant leader. Throughout my life and as an adult, I've always been involved in my community. I teach Sunday school, but not only that, I also provide professional development to Sunday school teachers, offering them strategies that we do here in our school system to make their lessons more engaging, and just those little tips that they can do in their Sunday school classes that we do in our school system to help their students. And I also do that for tutors within the community. I am an organized leader. I work on several tasks at once while leading others. I am a trustworthy leader. As a principal and supervisor, I have worked with multiple budgets, aligning budgets to program goals. Our employees are awesome. Let's recognize them for the work that they do. All of our students are simply the best. Let's take a look at our strategic plan and look at our current data. To develop a vision, articulate that vision, we can do this through a collaborative process and determine how to grow and move students. I provided you with an informational sheet that is the foundation for my entry plan. This is by far not a complete plan. These are my thoughts based on quantitative and qualitative data. The goal is to complete the plan with the leadership team. Let's take our right place back at the top to be the leading school system. When we are on top, businesses are on top. We are the reason that they come to the area. When the housing market is on top, which helps us with our ad valorem tax, this benefits the school system as well. We help to drive the economic development within our parish. We are more than just a test score, but high standards, high quality teaching and learning, graduating students who are college and career ready makes for a great school system and an even greater parish. Let's work on this together. Let's work on it as a team. You and me, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dangerfield. With that, that brings us to the end of today's special board meeting. I would like to say just a couple of thank yous again. Thank you first to our central office staff, those that are here, those that work behind the scenes to make this all possible. Thank you to Mrs. Bergeron and Mrs. Mendez for being here as well, spending their Saturday. And finally, a special thank you to you, the members of the public, who hung in there with us all day. And this will be posted, the video of today's meeting will be posted first of the week on our YouTube channel. So again, thank you, God bless, and y'all have a safe drive home. Meeting adjourned.